You made it. It's a Friday morning. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
38 degrees right now. Going to get up into the low 40s. It's getting colder than it was earlier this week.
It was raining like hell this morning.
Yeah, it's still going a little bit.
Yeah.
And it looks like it's going to be raining for most of the rest of the day.
Bye.
So high of 41 today, high of 41 tomorrow. We were supposed to get near 50 tomorrow, and that kind
Ain't
of
happening.
looks like, sucks.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there are conversations I want to have that I can't have with you because you have absolutely no grasp on things like this.
No way.
Well, Kimmy, I think, maybe be able to help me.
All right.
You sure?
Well, only because you've had the daughter-father relationship. It's a big weekend this weekend in the Duffy household.
What do you got going on?
It is the Aquinas, where my daughters go to school, daddy-daughter dance.
Oh, okay. That's still a thing.
Go ahead and get it out.
What?
You are creeped out by the daddy-daughter dance.
I'm going to let you do your thing.
No. Let's get it out of the way up front.
I don't get it, but I understand.
What's there not to get?
I don't know.
Okay.
It seems like something they did in the 50s.
I always kind of thought that they didn't do this anymore because not everybody has a dad.
Okay, that's
Oh,
a good
yeah.
You know what I
point.
mean?
Yeah,
I didn't know they still,
That's a
was that
great point,
prominent
too.
still.
No,
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I call it the daddy-daughter dance. There may
And
be a
maybe it's
different
something else.
official
Okay.
name, right?
They
'Cause
rebranded.
Yes, like, the guardian-daughter dance doesn't really
There's
have the
the same pop to it.
pop to it. So,
Okay.
both of them, I have a daughter in 6th grade. She's 11. A daughter in 8th grade. She's 13. And my youngest is over the moon.
Oh, so they're both going.
We're both going, well,
Okay.
yeah, what am I going to do? Pick one?
Well, I didn't know if it was like for an older girl. I didn't know what the age was.
No,
It does seem like it would get a little complicated with two kids at this kind of thing.
I mean, look, it's like a dinner. They
Yeah.
have a DJ, all that fun
Okay.
stuff. So I went through this experience the first time last year with my oldest,
Yeah.
and it was an interesting experience. And here's the problem.
Yeah.
So, like I said, my youngest, it cannot wait. We went out. She went out and bought a
was
dress
adorable.
like last Saturday. She's asking me as she's shopping for her dress, what should I get that'll match with what you're planning on wearing? And I'm like, you just get your thing, and
Yeah.
I'll figure it out from there. My oldest could not care less.
Yeah.
And
Well, she's at that age,
Yeah.
man, where this is probably not cool anymore.
Yeah.
it was already not cool last year.
Yeah.
Like, we went, and she was like back and forth, like, this is going to be fun. I don't want to be there. And like, even while we were there, she was like a total wet blanket. Like, she didn't want to do any fun stuff. She just wanted to like sit around.
Yeah.
So I'm like, okay. So on one hand, I'm going to have this excited 11-year-old that can't wait to do all of the fun things they're going to have at this event tomorrow night.
Yeah, embrace that.
On the other hand, I'm going to have a 13-year-old who I know will be actively trying to ruin the time of the 11-year-old.
I'm surprised she even is going.
I don't know if she wants to go.
Yeah.
Can she bail if she wanted to, or is it
Well, is
like
it more so like her friends will be there, so she wants to be there too?
So she had mentioned, I don't even think any of my friends are going.
Oh.
She has to go because my wife is obsessed with this idea of the daddy-daughter dance.
All right.
Remember, a couple of years ago, my daughter had a hockey tournament in 6th grade that fell on the same weekend, and it became like a legitimate marital argument where I was like, we have to go to the hockey tournament. And I was like, no, these are memories you're making with your children.
All right.
So I'm going to have to try and figure out a way.
Because you got two different personalities.
100, they could not be more opposite of each other. Like, my youngest is kind and caring and empathetic.
Well, there's a huge jump from 11 to 13. Like, that's where you really start to make that
Throttle
teenager, turn.
Yeah.
The teenager turn.
That's an interesting way to put it.
Right.
So I guess here's what I'm getting at, and I know I'm not the only father that is going through this. All of you guys that had daughters that are now older than like 15, 16, 17 will understand. I understand that I have to continue to make memories with my 13-year-old.
Right.
While she is actively fighting against me making memories with her.
Can't force it.
And, but that's just it. I don't know what I'm supposed to do because it would be easy for me to be like, all right, listen, clap my hands. You do you. You be an independent person and go off. But if I did that, she'd never leave her room. I also don't want to be that dad that's like, hey, I made fluffernutter sandwiches. We got high C. Guess what? We're going to go see a movie today. Because everybody hates that dad, and I don't want to smother her. So I'm trying to find this soft middle of, hey, we're going to make memories. Hey, I know when you're 23, you're going to look back and go, I was a horrible teenage kid.
Yeah.
Without like alienating her to the point where she gets to 30 and she needs to go to therapy because my daddy abandoned me. That's the tightrope I'm trying to walk.
Okay, all right. But I guess there's really no rule. I mean, it's almost like it's improv. You got to just feel it out as you go with her emotions.
Have you ever tried to feel out a 13-year-old girl's emotions as you go?
No, but I guess like it's such a crapshoot. You don't know what you're going to get moment to moment. So it's almost like you can't even plan a strategy. I'm guessing you can't even plan a strategy with somebody that you don't know where they're going to go.
I don't even know what to expect when we get there. Because she could walk in, and there's like little snacks, and there's a DJ, and there's like a photo
snacks.
booth. Like typical, like, teenage girl stuff.
Open B?
Yeah, of like juice. So like she could walk in there and be like, ooh, and like see a friend and be like, ooh, and everything's gonna be fantastic. She could walk in there and want to look cool and be like, this is lame, and just puss face and do
I have a question.
Yeah.
Has she hurt your feelings yet?
Oh yeah, all the time.
Okay, I was gonna say, because I remember the first time I genuinely hurt my mom's feelings, and like at the time you don't think anything of it, but like looking back, I was like, wow, I really made my mom upset there. Like she wasn't even angry; she was just sad.
Yeah.
So like I tried to, and this makes me sound like such like a new age douche.
No. Go ahead, douche.
Like I do.
Daddy douche.
I want my kids to know what's like going on with everybody in the house at all times. Like what I mean is like open communication.
Yeah.
Hey,
right.
I'm feeling this way because you did this,
Right.
right? Because I didn't have that when I was a kid, and it was just like a total like I don't know what mom and dad are thinking, but
All right.
So like there was a couple of weeks ago where we were leaving. She had a hockey game, and they had lost the game. So we're walking out, and I go to put my arm around her, and like she like slinks away from me and goes, ugh. And I don't know why. I was like, it upset me.
Well, of course it is. It's rejection.
Okay, well, but it's a 13-year-old girl. I should.
I know,
You're trying
but
to
still.
be nice.
Yes,
Yeah.
but that's me. Like, hey, like, look, there's worse things in the world. I understand what you're going through. Everything's okay. Dad's here, right? Like, it's okay. So, like, we get in the car, and I'm like, what was that? And I'm like, I try to explain to her. I'm like, we used to be, like, best friends. We'd hang out all the time, and I understand that you're growing up, and I want you to have your independence and stuff like that. But, like, I just want you to know, like, that hurt my feelings.
All right.
That really hurt my feelings. And she was just like, bleh. All right. I don't know what to do now.
I don't either, man.
Thanks for the help. I appreciate it.
Well, you said this is Kimmy's thing.
Well, no, it's just so funny to me for years and years and years before you graduate. Raising kids is easy. Oh, you parents, bitch, all the time.
You know what it is? Because it's your kids. He doesn't want to say anything bad about the kids. That's what it really is.
No, he's right. Because if this was anyone else telling the story, would you tell that girl?
What a dick kid. I don't know. I think you got to buckle up because it's only going to get worse.
No, but like I don't want to be.
And I don't think that there's really anything you can do differently to change her reaction to you. I think it's just growing pains. I think she just doesn't want to be around dad at a certain point in her life.
Like I can
She'll
just
come back.
I just remember cringing anytime I saw my parents coming to anything I was doing because they were such asses. They would just make such a spectacle of themselves. They looked ridiculous. They were loud. They were dumb. And this is all I could think of in my head was like, and they gave me a great life, right? But it's still, I couldn't stand the sight of them. And I don't know how to explain it, but
You explained it pretty well. I didn't like my parents.
But just the sight of, they hadn't even done anything yet.
Yeah.
It's like, Jesus Christ, here they come.
Well, you could be the best parent in the world and your kid still thinks you're wrong.
Which is fine. I understand that.
But that feeling, you can't, I can't control that.
No, but here's the thing.
What's that?
Like, I'm not loud and dumb. Shut up. I like to think I know where I can insert myself in places where I'm not going to embarrass. I'm not my dad.
Yeah.
I'm not intentionally embarrassing my kid. My dad would go out of his way with all of us to try and intentionally embarrass us in front of our friends, in front of members of the opposite
It's
sex.
belittling.
Yes, exactly.
It's bullying and belittling.
But it was weird. Like my dad in his 40s wanted to be the coolest kid in high school.
Right.
You don't even go here, man. Right? Like I get it. I don't want to be that guy.
Right.
Right. So I just.
But your kid can't appreciate what you went through with your dad, right? That was she can't appreciate. Wow, you're way cooler than what Grandpa was like.
Well, I would like to think so.
But she can't. But she doesn't. That her world is just you.
No, you're right. You're right. I get it. And again, I understand. It's all hormones and it's all emotion. And you're right. There's nothing I can do to put a stop to that. I guess my biggest fear is if I finally go, all right, I'm gonna let her do her thing. And she just gets so far off into isolation and teenage girl stuff that one day she's gonna look at me at 27 and be like, "You weren't there for me."
Yeah, but don't those kids go in their bedroom and invent things?
No. Some are just
like Bezos and
no.
Microsoft and Apple.
Some
It
just
could
like
go the other way.
yeah. And
Yeah,
some,
they become like guitar aficionados.
My daughter doesn't play. She plays the ukulele in a class that she
Well,
has
the
to take at
ukulele
school.
is coming back.
Is it? Yeah.
Jazz ukulele is huge right now.
Yeah, no, I hear that the half Jamaican, half Irish girl has a good chance at having a massive make you rich.
You could send her to
ukulele.
the Tiny Tim Institute, man.
Kimmy doesn't know who that is.
You don't know who Tiny
Yeah,
Tim is.
the like parody singer.
So you only know that because Tommy worked with him and he bragged about it for some reason. Tiny Tim didn't brag about working with Tiny Tim.
I got his autograph on a plate.
Okay.
Kimmy, what age did you realize you were unfair to your dad as a teenager?
So I
You're
don't
a-
ever
you're a
really remember having
smug-ass
that
sass
with
mouth.
my dad. I thought my dad was cool up until about 8th grade, probably.
All
You
right.
know,
So
like
what's that,
my dad was
13?
the fun parent. He like would
8th grade's like 13 right now.
come in blasting music. He'd bring snacks for everybody
All
when
right.
we'd carpool.
That's cool.
And then I think it's like high school where you're just like, I'm my own person now.
Okay.
Back off.
I also find myself doing and saying pathetic things to try and like sway my daughter. Because
Yeah,
like
like what?
I have this, I'm not gonna like spoil her. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna give her everything she wants. Right?
Yeah.
That's the worst thing. But like, so they had a hockey tournament in Oswego last week, and 2 of her friends and she wanted to go to this candy store that was down the street from the
Yeah.
hotel, and then there was a thrift shop, and all teenage girls love thrift shops now.
Yeah.
So I go, tell you what, I'll take you.
Okay.
So we all load in the car. We go to the candy shop. I paid for all the candy for all the girls.
Nice.
Wow.
Yes.
Big shot.
$17.
Yeah, that is a lot of candy.
That was one of those like artisan candy places.
Oh.
Yeah, the girls were disappointed. But then we went to the thrift shop. They did their thing, and I bring them back. And yesterday, before we're leaving for hockey practice, my oldest is like, "You never let me do anything." Yeah, it's typical conversation. And I was like, "Wait a minute. I took you and your friends to a candy shop, and then I took you and your friends to a thrift store. How could you even say that to me?" Like, and then after I say it out loud, I'm like, "You bitch! What is
I can
wrong
do
with
and
you?"
do for you. But when I ask you to do one thing, I get the sourpuss.
No, it was like me arguing with like my 6th grade girlfriend. I bought you a carnation, and I held your hand at the roller skating party, and you gonna break up with me?
And nothing.
No, it just, what
It's never
happened?
enough. It's never good enough.
Hey, enjoy all the daddy-daughter dances while you can.
No, but that's what I'm saying. Like, I know it'll be fun with the youngest one. I don't know if I'll be able to enjoy the oldest one. Do I just like set her free? That's the other thing, too.
You can't force her to hang out with you.
I'm not gonna like grab her and make her
No, I
like
know.
dance with me. But like, I'm also a little bit nervous about the optics from the other dads because parents.
But those guys are probably going through it too.
I don't know, but parents love to judge each other.
Oh, yeah.
That's what we do. We look at other parents and we go, "I'm a better parent because," and then we go to some other parent and be, "Hey, did you see what that parent did? Because I'm a better parent, you're a better parent, we're better parents, right?" Like, I don't want my oldest to like make a scene or do something tonight where like, or tomorrow night where all the other dads are like,
Oh, like a meltdown.
That's gonna
jackass
get dad.
coming in.
I would be afraid of a meltdown, like a public meltdown. That would be my biggest fear.
Yeah, but she wouldn't want to embarrass herself.
Sometimes
right?
they can't control it.
All right.
You ladies.
I don't know. I think that would stand out to me. The girl that threw a fit at a dance.
I've watched, I've seen girls
I've been with.
my daughter's
I've
age.
married meltdowns. But there's nothing. Once it happens, then it's literally a landslide.
Yeah.
Like you're just watching the backyard slam into your house, and there's nothing you can do about it.
It's put your hands up, slowly back away,
Yeah.
and check in again in 10 minutes.
Or run, baby, run.
Why does it have to be so hard?
I don't know. You know what though? I don't
trying.
you feel like
I have a theory
I'm
why
thinking-
it's like this.
I'm thinking. Go ahead.
It's-
Say your theory.
The teenagers become this way. It makes it so much easier to get them out of the house.
Oh, so it's like built in.
It's
to,
like built in, like
humanity.
At 18, yeah, leave.
So it's the same reason why babies are cute. Like, there's so much work if they weren't cute. It's like
Right.
it's a.
If a
survival
baby had an
mechanism.
attitude the whole time, you wouldn't take care of that baby.
What were you gonna say, Kimmy?
I am thinking back though, like I don't really remember the dynamic between a lot of my friends and their dads. I remember it between their moms because there was always like that one girl that got away with like calling her mom terrible names, and you were just like, "Oh my god, did you hear that? She said bitch."
I do remember watching a girl call her mom a bitch. At
Yeah,
15
and
be
it, like
"What?"
those interactions stand out in my mind way more than any fight with a dad.
All right, so as long as my daughter doesn't call me a bitch, we should be okay.
Yes. There will be another girl out there that takes a cake. Hopefully it's not your daughter.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
We got a dynamite daddy-daughter cut a break room for you this morning here on CMF. It's Friday. You know what that means?
Oh, we're going to creep it out, buddy.
That's right. We got a creep cap coming at you just after 7 o'clock. And a situation Kimmy went through in a bar last weekend.
Of course.
The
bar.
Look, man, you and I came up in a time where if you wanted to meet a woman, you had to walk up to them in person and pick them up. And it was not easy. However, what Kimmy experienced.
Weird time and place.
Yeah, there was that.
You witnessed it?
Oh, it happened to her.
Oh, you?
Yeah. And
That's
others.
how desperate this man was.
100%.
They got a blind bar?
Based on, the governor's playing his band there. Based on what this man did, have we lost the art of picking up women face to face?
Oh, I bet you so.
Right, we'll get to
too young to be doing this, too.
Yeah,
Way
good
too
point.
young. Yeah.
We'll get to that just after 9 o'clock, so come on back then or stick with us because we got a lot to get to. But first, Tommy, it's going to be the first time in a long time where the Bills aren't on television this weekend, right? But we're all going to watch because the NFL owns all of us.
Yeah, that's true.
And you got two very interesting matchups. So as a Bills fan, you now have to decide who you're going to cheer for, at least side-wise.
Yeah, like who you get?
You got it. And it turns out there is an America's team, someone everyone in America is rooting for. And Bills fans may feel inclined to cheer for this team because there's like a soul connection.
You got to.
Yeah, well, here's why maybe not.
Why?
Well, because for years we've always been able to say as Bills fans, at least we're not blank. And if these guys do what they're going to do, that's one less team we can say, at least we're not blank.
Yeah.
And we'll get into it next in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. It's going to be the first weekend in over 5 months without Bills football.
Yeah.
It's a sad, sad time. But we're all going to watch.
Sure.
Because the NFL owns all of us. And when it comes to the final 4 teams left in the NFL playoffs, we know who we're all rooting against.
Yeah.
But is the team that reminds you most of the Bills really the team you want to win it all?
Now I don't know.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 6:45. There was a time, Tommy.
There was a time.
Where whatever you needed, whenever you needed it, you could get it in Rochester.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Like this was as much of a nightlife town, not so much for clubs and bars, but for everything open as any other place in America. And that is no more.
Oh.
And we'll get to it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. It turns out, right now, the Detroit Lions are America's team.
Oh, how can you not love these guys?
That makes sense.
So they're headed to San Francisco Sunday night for a chance to play in their first ever Super Bowl. They are big-time 7.5-point dogs right now. And it turns out everyone in America wants to see the Lions win the next 2 games. A poll done by SB Nation shows almost half of America has chosen the Lions as the team they want the most to win the Super Bowl. Half of America.
That's pretty big, buddy.
And that makes sense. I mean, first off, everyone loves an underdog.
Yeah.
They've never made a Super Bowl, let alone won a Super Bowl.
Oh, wow.
So they've never been in a Super Bowl.
They've never been in a Super Bowl. Tommy, they haven't won a road playoff game since 1957.
Oh, my God.
Fun fact,
Yeah.
in 1957, the last road playoff game the Lions won in San Francisco.
Oh, really?
No kidding.
How
Were
about
they the 49ers and or some...
It was like probably the
Team
San Francisco
Seals.
terrible name of a person you can't say into a
All
microphone
right.
anymore. But, Tommy, like when you look at the Lions, their plight is a lot like the Bills. They've played years of bad football.
Right.
They're in a blue-collar, depressed region that's slowly on its way back up. The fans for the Lions live and die with their team. They know football really well. And they do all that despite heartbreak after heartbreak. Like, Bills and Lions fans are that Spider-Man meme where they're both pointing at each other. We are the same people. So in that way, I mean, I assume both of you guys are pulling for the Lions this weekend.
I love that coach.
Dan Campbell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's insane looking.
Biting kneecaps and crying for his players.
And he looks like he could play. He looks like he's in better shape than half his players.
It is amazing because he only wears a T-shirt on the sidelines, and this is, I know you're going to come after me for this, but like that dude's shoulders through his T-shirt.
They're massive.
What is that guy doing?
And he's got a half a Neanderthal head that looks like you could just punch it and it wouldn't do anything to him.
I love when you start with I like this guy and you finish with he's got half a Neanderthal head.
But he does. He's got like that protruding forehead.
Honestly, it is amazing, like the new wave of coaches, how in shape those guys are compared to the generation before them.
Belichick.
You even look at the guys that have been around. Belichick,
Yeah.
Andy Reid.
Andy
Like,
Reid
were
looks
they-
like he's
were
going to
they-
die any minute.
I'm trying to think, like, were some of those guys ever in shape?
No.
I thought they
Well,
kind of
maybe as
just
kids.
No, Andy Reid came out 24 pounds out of his
Wait,
mother.
didn't he do punt, pass, and kick?
He did,
Yeah.
and he was the fattest kid by a long
He's
shot.
enormous as an 8th grader.
You can go watch a video on YouTube.
It's
Andrew
hysterical.
Reid, punt, pass, and kick. It is the funniest thing you've ever seen. So, Kimmy, you're pulling for the Lions this weekend.
Yeah, I think it's natural to root for the team that's never been there, the underdog. I always think, for the most part, people will, if their team's out, that's the next team you root for.
Okay. All right. Listen, all you Bills fans, I am saying this not for this weekend,
Right.
but for times moving
Oh,
forward.
for the future.
Yes.
What?
I don't know if we as Bills fans really want the Lions to win.
Why?
Okay. Things are not super fun sometimes as a Bills fan. In fact, most of the end of every season is not super fun.
Yeah.
Yet, in our darkest hour, as we grapple with the birthright of cheering for this
What do
team.
you turn it into Churchill?
That's
And I'm talking.
But in those times, we can comfort ourselves with a single sentence as Bills fans.
What's that?
At least we're not fill in the blank.
Okay.
The Lions have always been that team we could finish that sentence with. At least we're not the Lions.
All right.
And here's the thing. If the Lions win this weekend and then somehow play well in the Super Bowl, that's one less team on that list where you can go, well, at least we're not the fill in the blank. And here's the problem.
Yeah.
That list of at least we're not blank is getting smaller every single year. Tommy, there are 11 franchises other than Buffalo that have never won a Super Bowl.
Which is insane, but yeah.
Almost half the league has never won a Super Bowl.
That is crazy.
Yeah.
Well, because Tom Brady sucked up all the energy for a few years.
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
Brady,
those teams go on run for like a decade.
Yeah, San Francisco, Dallas, you had Pittsburgh on a nice run for a while.
Yeah.
Look, but of those 11 other franchises, a few of them are starting to show major
Well,
promise.
Cincy would have to be one of them.
Cincinnati's one of them. Jacksonville's another.
Oh, yeah.
Cleveland is a team who's never won a Super Bowl, as are the Chargers, who just hired Jim Harbaugh as their head coach. By the way, Jim Harbaugh entered the league 2 days ago. He automatically, instantly had the highest winning percentage in the NFL when he took that job. That's how well he did in San Francisco. So right now, Jim Harbaugh, who hasn't coached in the league in like a decade, has the highest head coaching winning percentage. But the point I'm making is those aren't teams anymore you can't point to and go, at least we're not them, because in all sincerity,
They're all coming up.
And we lost to half those teams this year. And of the 4 teams that have never made a Super Bowl,
They never even got there.
all of them look like they have bright futures
Who's
right
that?
now. Detroit's one of them. Jacksonville's one of them. They're playing well.
Has Atlanta been to a Super Bowl?
Atlanta has been. They've lost twice. Remember 28-3 to the Patriots?
Yeah.
Cleveland has never won a Super Bowl. Their defense.
They've never been to a Super Bowl.
Yeah, they've never been to a Super Bowl. And the Houston Texans have never been to a Super Bowl. But they won a freaking playoff game this year with a rookie head coach and a rookie quarterback who looks like the kid can play. Look, I love the Lions story.
Well, somebody's going to get there before us, probably.
It doesn't have to be that way. If the Lions lose, well, it all starts again next season.
All right, you reset.
Yeah. And, like, look.
I still can't root for these other teams. Like, I can't get my mind. I can't root for San Francisco. Who cares?
Why can't we root for San Francisco?
Because it's San Francisco. It's a nice place. You got everything. Shut up. I don't need you. You got a fancy new stadium. The weather's always halfway nice.
So your thing's more like the city itself.
It's
if it's
geography.
too fancy, you can't root for it.
I never liked Baltimore.
I don't know why you don't like Baltimore.
Baltimore is a crap hole with a nice harbor.
Well, couldn't
it's a
you
slum
root for
and
them,
a
then?
harbor. That's all it is.
So you can't root for a city that's too nice, but you also can't root for a city that's too crappy.
Too crappy. And Kansas City's just worn out their welcome. I don't need to see every other ad Kansas City.
Okay, I'm with you there.
Yeah.
All right, they're just all over the place.
Yeah, that's fair.
So
They
give me
become the new team to root against.
Give me
for sure.
Detroit,
But
man.
wait a
They're
minute.
fun. They're gritty. It's a town that they deserve it.
They do deserve it. And look, it breaks my heart
Cool
to say
stadium.
this. The stadium's not that cool.
It looks cool,
I mean, it's an old Ford factory, but it's like watching a football game in a mall.
but it looks from the air. It looks pretty cool.
From the air, it's a dome, you idiot.
No, when they do the aerial, they show you downtown.
You see the top of the dome?
Yeah,
It says
people-
Ford on there. Check that out. Pretty cool.
Very cool.
No, look, I'm with you. I love
The Ford Corporation owns the team.
every time I have gone to Detroit for a
You always have
football
a
game.
ball there. You make it sound like it's Vegas.
They're the greatest people. Remember, I told you last time I was in Detroit, I ended up at 3 a.m. getting drunk with an outlaw biker gang in a bar in Greektown. And to this day, me and one of those biker guys still text each other.
Wow.
He was texting me this weekend. I was texting him during the Lions game. Like, they're the kindest salt of the earth people. And it breaks my heart to think this way.
Yeah.
But selfishly, as great as the story would be, I don't want to be the last team where everyone can go, well, at least we're not the Bills.
So who you gonna root for?
I don't hate
Kansas City?
No, I'm not. Of course not.
Well, then it's Baltimore.
I don't hate Baltimore. I actually like watching Lamar Jackson play a lot. I really.
Well, he is exciting to watch. Yeah, I mean, both of those guys are going to be fun to watch.
And look, I understand cheering for Baltimore could also bite me in the ass because that's a team that could go on a run for the next
Sure.
4 or 5 years.
Yeah,
I get
absolutely.
it. But, like, I mean, I don't know. There's that disrespect that Lamar Jackson had in the offseason where, I mean, he's going to win another MVP. He'll have 2 MVPs, right? The guy's obviously a great quarterback, and everyone's just like, every other team in the NFL had an opportunity to make an offer to him this year. Everyone was like,
Yeah, that
nah,
was a weird
Pass.
time.
pass.
Yeah.
And he's on the verge of taking his team to the Super Bowl.
So it sounds like you like Baltimore or San Francisco.
Right now, I like any team that's playing Kansas City.
Yeah.
All right.
And here's the thing, like, I know when I turn on that San Francisco Lions game, the blue-collar, downtrodden football fan in me is going to
can't
start.
stop it.
Yeah, it's going to start pulling for the Lions. It is.
Yeah.
But it's an illogical, poor future choice for a Bills fan. It is. Like, we got to look at this thing mathematically. Man. And here's the other thing, too. I don't want to hate people from Detroit.
No.
Because if they win, you're going to hate them.
I don't think so. If they win, I would be happy for that team.
Yeah, you said the same thing about Kansas City 6 years ago.
Yeah, but then let them wear out their welcome. First, let's get there.
Yeah.
I mean, the Bills, if they win, are going to wear out their
yeah.
welcome if they want to run. Every team
Sure,
does.
but I'm them, so that's fine.
Right.
I'm happy to wear out my welcome. I am that person.
Yes, you are.
But, like, let's think back throughout history of teams that we pulled for that were plucky underdogs as Bills fans. I mean, let's be real. That first Super Bowl that the Patriots went to, when Brady comes in and he runs the table and all this crazy stuff, right?
I don't even remember it.
We cheered for them because they were going up against the Rams, who were looking to pull back-to-back Super Bowl wins.
You're right.
And Adam Vinatieri wins it on that field goal, and it was a remarkable finish. I remember my dad was at that Super Bowl.
Was he?
He's at
Where
every
was that
Super
one?
Bowl.
That was in New Orleans, I think.
Oh, man. Your old man must have butthead.
The Great Big Easy. But
Rolling his cooler around.
I was in my grandpa's
Showing
house.
his bosoms.
Bro, the beads he came home with.
Oh, I bet he did.
The ones that didn't get stuck in his spiky hair
Oh, he saw some racks.
in the mirror at the hotel. No, but I remember, like, jumping up and down when the Patriots won that Super Bowl because the Patriots weren't a threat at that time. Backup quarterback kid. It was
Wow,
just
what a fun story.
And-
oh, no.
Yes, they proceeded to torment us. And then when Kansas City made it to their first Super Bowl.
Yeah, that was fun. And because they had struggled a little bit before that.
Right?
And then,
Fun story. Andy Reid, he deserved it. He had all the success, couldn't get over the hump. I mean, Patrick Mahomes, he's an interesting weirdo kid that nobody gave a chance. 6 straight AFC championship games. I'm telling you guys, we've been down this road before.
Yeah.
You don't want to pull for the plucky underdog because they will torture you and torment you and make your life hell.
All right.
Keep it in mind.
All right.
Keep it in mind because you don't want to hate yourself 25
I already
years
bought the
later.
Lions flag and everything. Put it up.
Your face does look like the Lions logo because your hair is slicked back, you've got a giant forehead, and you have all your
And
teeth.
blue's his color.
Blue is your color.
It is.
All right, let's take a break.
All right.
Thanks to Kodak and Xerox and Bausch and Lomb and how all of those businesses had to be running 24/7. For a town of our size, Rochester historically has always had everything open all the time.
Oh, yeah.
It's something that we became accustomed to living here our whole lives. But that's no more. And we thought when this changed, it was just temporary because, it made sense why you didn't have to be up in 24 hours. But it seems that these businesses, all of them, have decided this is no longer something we want to do. And we'll get into it next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. We want things when we want them.
Oh, yeah.
Whether that's at lunch or whether that's at 3 in the morning.
On demand.
Yep. But for folks that want things in the middle of the night, a problem has shown up in Rochester.
Where would you go anymore?
And that's just it. All the stuff we used to have access to for 24 hours a day ain't there no more.
I know. It's a shame.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. Just after 7 o'clock this morning. It's Friday. You know what that means.
It's time to get creepy, buddy.
That's right. We got a creep cap coming at you.
I think we got a Whopper today.
Well, you did go off in one specific break.
Ooh.
Like, I can't believe we still have jobs.
I know.
We may not after the creep cap.
So shush.
Also, just after 7 o'clock,
Yeah.
one of the most favorite pastimes for everybody is to bitch about their bosses. Right? The way you hear people talk, you would think that every boss in America sucks.
Boss man sucks.
Yeah, well, it turns out, at least based on the numbers we have in front of us, all of us have been lying to look cool.
Oh, really?
Well, it turns out the boss that you have may not be so bad.
So we like the boss.
I'll read you what we got.
So all those old blues tunes were lies
Yeah,
about
maybe-
Big Boss Man?
We'll get to it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. The overnight scene in Rochester is all but dead.
Yeah.
And we're not talking like clubs and bars. Tommy, back when COVID first hit, lots of restaurants and grocery stores really scaled back
Oh,
their
yeah,
hours.
they had to.
Right?
Ghost town.
And the first to go were the overnights, right? Diners that had never closed all of a sudden were dark at like 10 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
Grocery stores that barely had locks on them sent their employees home.
That was the nicest thing, having Wegmans open 24.
I'm with
Like
you.
coming home from the comedy club and running in there and just grabbing everything bad to eat.
You could always count on Wegmans.
Yeah, they were always there.
And it was packed.
And it was very strange when it first happened.
Yeah.
Because based on the history of shift workers from Kodak and
Oh,
Bausch
yeah.
and Lomb and GM here in town, we just kind of assumed that once COVID went away, everything would go back to normal. Well, 4 years later, it hasn't.
Yeah.
Both Wegmans and Tops, they still close overnight now. Jay's Diner, the staple of the
Oh, yeah, that was
24-hour,
it.
right? They aren't open in the middle of the night anymore. Even the staples of late night living, the fast food drive-thrus and the gas stations are almost all quiet after midnight until like 5 to 6 in the morning.
Yeah. It's like Fort Myers, Florida.
Yeah.
Everything closes at 10.
It's done.
Yeah.
What is the reason? 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Why is Rochester not an overnight town anymore?
And it is weird, too, because you go an hour down the thruway and, a city like Buffalo, stuff's open until like 4 a.m.
Yeah,
it is?
last call's 4 a.m. in
Yeah.
Buffalo. Yeah, she's
Really?
right. Right. Like, there are still shift workers here, right?
Like, apparently not enough.
Yeah.
We get people that call us at 6,
Oh, yeah,
between
that's
6
true.
and 7 in the morning that say they're just getting off of work. Those people,
Where do you go get drunk?
great question.
Because
Well,
there used to be bars that were open in the morning for shift workers.
Well, yeah, I think there are things that open in the morning.
no, but he meant there are
There-
bars
there
that would
were
serve
bars,
alcohol.
Yeah, in the morning because, guys, that was their 5 o'clock.
I think that still exists somewhere because I know nurses that do that. I don't,
That's
know.
scary.
Well, they're off.
Yeah,
Drunk
when they
ass
get off
nurse.
of like their shift.
Drunk ass nurse is my favorite Ribs Arkansas.
She's a drunk ass nurse. You better ask for another one first.
But like at Kimmy at like 3 in the morning.
Yeah.
If I
Three,
Oh, you're-
yeah, I don't know about that.
Nothing.
Yeah.
if I take my lunch break at 2, 3 in the morning working overnight, where can I go to get a sandwich?
You can.
Where
You got
can
a brown bag.
Yeah.
so.
Where can I go to get a cup of coffee for God's sake?
Yeah.
So probably they can't afford to reopen those places that shut because they don't have enough people to fill those positions
That's
either.
a great point. I hadn't thought about that. Because they're hurting for staff workers during the day.
Because we were talking about Waffle House. We're dying to get a Waffle House up
I
there.
would kill for a while.
It's the greatest invention of all time, but it's 24 hour.
Yeah.
And it's in the South. I wonder if they wouldn't come up here because they can't be open 24 hours.
252-WCMF, is there a 24-hour diner left in the greater Rochester area? And if it is, where is it? Because I know Jay's is closed. I don't
Yeah.
know what Mark's Texas Hots
Yeah,
has been
those
doing.
used to all be 24 hour. Gitsy's,
Yeah.
those joints.
Well, it's not called Gitsy's anymore.
I know.
It's something else. Look how old we are.
I know.
Remember Gitsy's? Remember when they called it Gitsy's?
Mark's Texas Hots is open 24 hours according to Google.
Okay.
So is Denny's on Westridge Road.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you have a chance to eat at Denny's in Greece.
Man, I haven't thought about a Denny's in years.
Well, bro, you didn't go to prom in 2004.
That's true.
That was like the overnight West Side Kids
Yeah.
spot. You want to go to
Yeah.
Denny's and get yelled at by the manager?
And the only other one that's listed when I Google it is the Burger King on Lyle Ave. I
Just
don't know if
24
there's more.
hours?
Yeah.
Probably a drive-through.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So you got 3
But
options.
Two sit-down places.
Right.
In
And
all
nothing on the east side.
Well, that makes sense. Nobody on the east side works
Unless
shift
this is just a small snapshot. Let me see if. There's others.
Okay, but let me put it this way.
Yeah.
So I take West Henrietta Road all the way from Lehigh Station in every day up Mount Hope, over the bridge, right? And before COVID, there were a dozen businesses that were open on the way at 3 o'clock in the morning. Now, the entire route from Lehigh Station down West Henrietta Road through Mount Hope all the way into whatever, there is a single 7-Eleven gas station that is open, and that's it.
And it's open.
That's the only thing that's open. I'll pass 7 gas stations. 6 of them are closed.
Yeah.
All of them used to be 24 hours. All of the fast food places I passed that used to be open, even the coffee shops, closed. Jay's Diner, closed.
Yeah.
Closed. And there's something it makes me uncomfortable.
What do you mean?
There was a comfort driving in before COVID.
Things are popping.
Well, they weren't popping, but there was life. If I needed something, I never needed it, but it's like, it was there.
Yeah.
And it's not there anymore, and it makes you feel like you're living in the middle of a desert.
There is a romance to the overnight life, not late night. I'm talking overnight, early morning people.
I agree.
It's a subculture that's probably gone, and it ain't coming. I mean, probably it won't come back.
And it ain't coming back.
But you know what I mean?
No, I do. There's something really nice about going to a diner at 4 o'clock in the morning and watching the sun start to come up while you're eating your sausages.
Yes.
Right? There's something nice about having that instant bond with someone that has to be awake at this hour.
Yeah.
Because
you're in the same club.
Yeah, you both go through the same thing, and it sucks.
It's like an after hours thing.
Yeah, exactly. And it ain't here anymore.
Yeah, it's all gone bad.
252 WCMF 252-9263. We're talking about how when COVID hit, Rochester, which used to have 24-hour everything, everyone scaled back their hours. And I think we all assumed when COVID was, passed, it would go back to the way it was. And it hasn't.
Yeah.
Because not even Wegmans and Tops are 24 hours anymore, right? They close. I didn't know Wegmans closed, period.
Yeah.
So, we're getting Facebook messages now saying we don't need this stuff, right? Facebook message comes in from Jim. Jim says, if you're only serving 12 customers a night in a big grocery store, what's the point of staying open past midnight? They're losing money to do it. And I get that.
Well, it was a skeleton crew. I mean, it wasn't like it was packed.
One or two people.
Yeah.
Right?
But you do have to have the lights on.
Yeah.
The freezers are running.
You had to have
all
a
that
cashier.
Stuff. Yeah, all that stuff. But, here's the thing.
What?
You're right. The overwhelming majority of us don't go to Wegmans at 3 o'clock in the morning. However, when your kid was sick.
Oh, yeah, you need stuff.
Yep. You had to go to Wegmans at 3 o'clock in the morning. Or when your pregnant wife said she wanted a milkshake with pickles mixed in, right?
Yeah.
You had to go to Jay's Diner because that's the only place. I can't tell you how many times I had to take my wife. She would wake me up at 3 in the morning, and we would go to Jay's Diner so she could have pie.
Yeah.
And that was the only place that was open, but we had fun. Those are very fond memories for me. What do you do now?
You'd stay at home. Sucks.
But what if my kid, let's say my kid runs a high fever and I got no Motrin. Where am I going at 3 o'clock in the morning?
You can't.
Is there a drugstore?
Where would that be?
I don't know.
7-Eleven. What's the markup of 7-Eleven cold medicine?
God, I don't even want to know.
I remember when I had to get Neosporin one time at a 7-Eleven, and I couldn't believe how much.
Wait, let's back that up. You bought Neosporin at a 7-Eleven?
In Daytona Beach, Florida.
Is that when you put that cigar out by accident on that woman's face?
You got it. Got to do what you got to do, man.
Baby, I love you. Let me get you some 7-Eleven Neosporin.
$8. And that's when $8 was $8, buddy.
$8.
I could have taken her out for a steak dinner for $8.
Yeah, you also could have not put a cigar out on her face.
I didn't do it. By the way, not on purpose.
No, I said by
Complete
accident.
accident.
I said by accident.
Rick James torture chamber.
Dear God. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Bobby. Baba, what's up, buddy?
Morning, Bubba Boys.
Yo.
Hey, there is this place that's open on the west side. It's called Mama Duffy's. It's the all-you-can-eat buffet at midnight.
Why are you laughing at that? It's not funny. It's not Wait, did he run out of here? Quick drive by that one.
Mic drop. Phone drop.
All right, let me ask you this question.
Go ahead.
If you had two massive 24-hour places that sold everything, like big grocery store, think Walmart, on each side of town, do you think they'd make money overnight?
I think they would.
Because even Walmarts are closing now. Do you know that?
Yeah. I would think I think they'd be at least you had one option in each side of town.
Like you put one in Greece, you put one in Pittsford, like
Yeah.
right on the edge of each side.
Right.
But Pittsford wouldn't allow something
No,
like that.
that would run them out.
The lights must be out by 7 o'clock so the native birds can come flock back
Yes.
to the canal.
No, but there's that one out in Victor, right off the expressway.
Yeah. I mean, like, it's just strange to me that not one place has picked up the mantle and been like, you know what, we're going to take this because I know there's a need for it. 252-WCMF, 252-9263, a man who is, they call him Mr. 24/7.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's true. Ben's on CMF. Hey, Ben, what's up, buddy?
Not much. How you guys doing?
Good, man. What's up?
So in the morning when I'm heading out for work, none of the gas stations are open. I head out at like 4:30, and the only gas station that I know of that's open by the time I get to work is the Quickville in East Rochester, and that's it.
All right, so there's your tip of the day.
Hey, real quick, I don't know if Skyler or if you guys have his information, but I was thinking about getting a tattoo, and I want him to do it. So I don't know if you can pass that on to him or if you can hook me up with his info.
Okay, tell you what. You're on Twitter, right, Ben? What's your Twitter handle?
At Not So Smooth Ben.
At Not So Smooth Ben. There has never been a more descriptive Twitter handle in the history of Twitter. I know Skylar said Skylar. We'll figure out a way to get you guys hooked up, right?
Yeah.
Because here's the great part about it. Skylar could just practice on you because what are you going to do about it?
I'm dying to know what tattoo he wants.
Well, you know where he wants it.
Oh, where would you put that tattoo?
Well, Ben, I mean, you know, he's a guy. He's a professional, right? So you can't have it out on your arm.
Oh, yeah.
You know, you got to have a
yeah.
place where you can hide it if you need to.
Oh.
Well, he was thinking about getting a tattoo on his tongue.
No.
Yeah.
So Skylar would come tattoo his tongue?
Yeah, that was the plan.
And Skylar would go, oh, wait, I misspelled that. I had to go back.
They call him the human potato.
Yes.
Ben, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
All right, have a good one,
All
guys.
right, there goes Ben. Look at that. We're hooking up
Look at
break room
us.
listeners with business.
This is just popping all over, man.
Richard writes us as we talk about nothing 24 hours in Rochester anymore. Richard writes, Burn Dairy is 24 hours, I believe. I miss closing the rink at 2 a.m. and then going to Wegmans to shop and grab a calzone.
Ooh, those calzones were great. Late night calzone.
Bro, that's who this hurts the most is beer league hockey players.
Oh, I would think, yeah.
Because like you're so hungry after you get off the ice.
Sure.
You pull into the Taco Bell or you pull into the McDonald's and you order $9 worth of stuff off the dollar menu and you completely wipe out all of the exercise you just did for the past 2 hours.
Yes.
No, I knew things were bad in this town
Yeah.
when Stevie T's on Lyle Avenue.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that.
They close now.
Really?
They close their doors now. They have hours. They close at like 2 and 4 in the morning, I think, depending on what night of the week it is.
Yeah.
Like that was a place where if we couldn't sleep or we were out partying at Gates,
Go down to Lyle Avenue, get something to eat.
Yeah.
And then get something to eat.
come on, folks. But no, like I remember, so I took the kids and my wife, like once every couple months, we'll go to Stevie T's to get our annual West Side plate,
Yeah.
right? Because that's where I grew up.
Mm-hmm.
And I saw the hours on the door, and I was sad.
How late?
I think it's like 2, 4 in the morning, 3 in the morning, but like every week. But I don't know, like there was something great about the party's done at 5 in the morning. Let's go get breakfast.
Yeah, the
plates.
romance of it,
We're gonna
yeah.
watch with the wood paneling on the wall, the sun come up out of the windows of town.
I do feel bad for young people coming up
Why
that
is
they
that?
don't have those experiences.
Yeah,
Partying all night and going out and getting something to eat.
Yeah.
That type of thing. You know what I mean?
yeah. What are you gonna do?
They're not going to have that.
You're gonna make them make themselves.
No, they're going to go
pancakes?
down to go home.
Go down to go home. You shouldn't make drunken pancakes. It's dangerous.
Yes.
And it's not going to taste as good. Let's take one more call. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Ed's got the last word. Hey, Eddie. What's up, buddy?
Hey, Duffy, just to let you know, that 7-Eleven on Lehigh and East Henrietta, I am the overnight clerk.
Hey, look at that, buddy.
I just got off of work, so you're right. We're usually 7-Elevens usually be open 24/7, but we're the only one now. There's 3 in the area, and we're the only one open 24/7.
So Ed is by himself holding on his back the entire 24-hour scene in Rochester, New York.
Hey, I tell people, come in. I worked at 10 to 7. Come in, keep me company. Stop in, say hi. I got the music cranking, and you don't know what you're going to be listening to when you walk in.
See, that's the problem with
Yeah.
7-Eleven right now. That their entire advertising
Yes.
budget is Ed saying that to his friends.
I got the music cranking.
Eddie, keep fighting the good fight,
Yes.
buddy. Thanks for the call.
You too.
All
Thank
right,
you.
there goes Overnight Ed.
Overnight Ed.
I don't even know what I would. The funny thing is, like, I wouldn't even know like what I would go to a 7-Eleven for anymore. Like, I knew what I went there for when I was a kid.
Okay. You mean like inside the
Wait,
7?
Yeah, like if I was getting off work late,
Yeah.
Yeah.
it'd be like beer, porn, hand mag, head home, right? And something to eat.
Yeah.
But I don't do any of that stuff anymore.
Well, 7-Elevens are like little grocery stores.
Yeah, they are,
I mean,
but-
like, yeah, it's got every snack you need.
Yeah.
Right.
And $25 ibuprofen.
Yeah. And no porn.
That's probably a good thing.
It's what they've taken from us.
They did.
All right, let's take a break. It's Friday. You know what that means?
Time to get creepy.
Already, yeah, with the no porn comment, we're already there. Yeah, Creep Cat coming at you, and it's a fun thing to do to sit around and bitch about your boss. And it seems like everyone sits around and bitches about their boss.
You can always find something.
That's right. There's not a good boss in this country, except it turns out that maybe this whole time we've been lying to look cool to our friends. Because if these numbers are correct,
Yeah.
it's not just a lot of Americans, it's most Americans. Overwhelmingly. That feel this way.
Okay.
We'll get into it next in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. The boss has no idea what they're doing.
Yeah.
That's what you expect to hear from most people when they talk about their jobs.
Yeah, he's a jerk.
Tommy, we love to bitch about our bosses. Well, it turns out, in private, we don't feel that way.
Oh.
Because a stunning amount of Americans, despite what we say to our friends, are very happy with the man or woman above them.
And they're serious.
Dead ass.
Man, that didn't make any sense.
You're hanging out in the break room. It's just Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. We'll get to that in just a second, but it's Friday. Tommy spent the week running his disgusting, gross-ass potty mouth.
Oh, you're welcome.
One break in particular that was just awful.
Just one long stretch there.
Awful. We take all the disgusting things Tommy said all week long. We run them back for you. We call it the creep cap, and it happens now on CMF.
Yeah. Oh, man. All right. God. All right. How hard? Okay. All right. I love it. It's delicious. It is succulent. I love all four of your lips.
That is
And I wasn't talking about your mouth.
Stop it now.
That's what she said.
Cucumbers suck so hard, and everyone's
Boy,
trying
you're
to...
eating them wrong. Because you're walking and your balls are wagging.
You're lying to yourself.
Walking
that
and a wagging.
Wagging and a walking.
There ain't no cheese in China.
But there's cheese on them balls.
Oh, ask your mom.
I will punch you in your stupid $400 shoe.
Why do you bring up my balls?
I don't know, man.
You brought him up.
Well, yeah, but he jumped on them.
I jumped on your balls.
You totally jumped on my cheesy balls.
Don't ask. You're not going to like the answer.
Shut up, Kimmy!
I'd suck a hobo's thumb because I was low on salt. Well, you went cinnamon bun lip balm.
Yeah.
I guarantee you it exists somewhere.
It does. Why didn't you tell me?
Wait. You got to be kidding me.
Yeah, I just opened up a little kiosk.
What's it called?
It's in the men's room.
Oh, I'm
You
sorry.
forgot to ask me where it is.
Where is it?
I had to direct you to the men's room.
What's it called?
It's called Uncle Tommy's Old Fashioned Sticky Bun Lip Balm Sauce. I'll stick your lips up real good.
Donut.
Who's
Yeah,
going
why
to
not?
want to eat Tommy's finger?
Your mom. But smaller breasts hold up better as you age.
Okay.
And
Oh, my God.
them big meaty
How
ones.
have you managed to say the
Those
wrong
are going to
thing?
hold up.
No, if you got big meaty jugs, they're going to age bad. Where if you got perky nerpies, they're going to hold up.
Perky nerfies?
Why didn't you? I didn't realize you were such a chocoholic.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I talk about it
yeah.
all the time. Why? What do you got something?
I just got into the chocolate game myself.
No kidding.
Yeah. I set up a little kiosk in the men's room.
Wait, well, what's it called?
It's called Uncle Tommy's Happy Easter Chocolate Town in Your Mouth Sauce.
So you're the reason the toilet's clogged.
Oh, I'm going to give him an office jammer. It's so good to be a creep.
There it is. The creep cap on CMF.
A lot happening in the bathroom.
Yeah.
Tommy, if I asked you to give me a number of Americans who say, give me a percentage, who say they have a good boss, your guess would be...
Before this conversation?
Yes.
Less than 10%.
So you under 10%, less
Everybody hated the boss.
Okay.
From the beginning of time, you're supposed to hate the boss. It kind of like bonds the work group.
than... I agree with you.
Common
Common enemy.
enemy. Yes.
Jinx!
Hey.
Kimmy,
Yeah.
if you had to guess a number, how many Americans say they have a good boss, your guess would be?
Say less than half, so I'm going to go 4 and 10.
4 and 10. All right. According to a new study, just over 8 in 10 Americans say they have a good boss.
Really?
Now, in this study, they use direct superior as boss.
Yeah,
So
the person over you. Yeah.
Right over you.
Yeah.
8 in 10 Americans say they have a good boss. Even more shocking, 55%, which is the majority of Americans, American workers, say their boss is, and I quote, excellent.
Are we running out of pricks? Or ladies, prickettes?
Hey, ladies can be pricking too.
Oh, yeah.
Prickettes.
Yeah. But you know what I'm saying? Like, are we getting soft or is the boss getting soft?
Why do you say soft?
Because usually the boss was always just an a-hole.
Okay.
He wasn't a friend of anybody. He like was above you and you knew it. Are they like blurring the lines now? Or everybody's
I
like
wouldn't call it
buddy
blurring
buddy?
the lines. I would just call it being a better boss. Being a more approachable, you mean?
Yes.
Maybe. Go ahead.
We'll tell you what, I'll give you the reason why
Yeah.
Americans say their bosses are both good and excellent, the majority of them. You ready? The majority of Americans say their boss is excellent at giving employees flexibility for a good work-life balance, giving employees credit when it's due, staying calm under pressure, setting high standards, being open to new ideas, and being clear about expectations. All of those were rated as excellent by the majority of American workers.
Okay, that's a nice. That sounds like a great place to work.
Well, that's the majority of American workforces.
Well, I would say
Workplaces.
this like when you go to Wegmans, it always ranks as one of the best places to work.
Well, yeah, I mean that's a specific example.
No, but like I'm always amazed. Like I remember being at Wegmans one time. I'm in there, and I see Danny, and they're walking around.
Okay, you don't know him. You're not on a first name basis.
Everybody calls him Danny.
No, people
What
call him
is it,
Danny
Daniel?
Wegman.
Mr.
People
Wegman.
call him Danny Wegman. Nobody call. Hey, I'm in there. Danny's in there. Danny who? Danny Wegman.
On the east side of town, we just have a better relationship with him.
Sure, it's probably what it is.
But like nobody was on. I can remember when I worked in the grocery business when we used to call them the wheels when the executives would come around. Everybody be freaking out,
Okay.
and it would be tense, and everybody would be. It was miserable.
Well, those would be like top bosses, though, right?
This
like
guy
people.
owns Wegmans.
Yeah,
Oh,
I can't
well, I'm
imagine
saying-
if the owner of Winn-Dixie walked
what you
in
mean.
back when I'm working, what the atmosphere would have been miserable because everybody would have been screaming and yelling at each other for everything to be perfect. Where everybody there is just business as usual. Like there's no tension there, which I guess is the way you want to work.
No, I had the same experience when I worked there.
Yeah.
Danny Wegman would walk through Lyle Ave Wegmans all the time, and everyone would say, hey. I
Yeah.
remember I was eating lunch in my car on a lunch break, and he was walking out. I had met him a second ago, and he saw me through the window, and he stopped, and he waved at me, and he walked back to his car.
Security was watching your ass the whole time. There was a red little dot on your forehead if you would have made one wrong move.
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Does someone want to explain to us what the hell's going on?
It's a
'Cause-
soft boss.
Well, no, I think you can complain about your boss and still like your boss.
That makes you a hypocrite-ass bitch.
But I mean, you're not going to be happy with everything at work, right? I mean, and I also think your brain gets warped depending on how long how much experience I guess you have in the workplace, because you may call your boss a good boss even if they're not a good boss because he's better or she's better than the last person you had.
Okay.
You know what I mean? It's all in comparison.
Okay, but I was under the impression, Kimmy, that the most American thing you can do is not like your boss.
It was cats and dogs. Like
Yes.
I just have a natural apprehension when I see a boss. Like I don't like them before they've opened up their mouth. I just automatically go, that person's going to suck.
And think about who you talk to about your boss and what that conversation is like. When you talk with your coworkers about your boss, the boss sucks. When you talk to your spouse about your boss, the boss sucks. You'll tell your friends that your boss sucks, who have never met this person that you're describing ever. And it becomes a bad boss off when folks really start talking about their bosses.
Yeah.
Are we all doing that just to sound cool?
Must be.
All right, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Do you have a good boss? And why all of a sudden is there this change about people telling us what to do at our jobs? Because there is another theory here.
Oh.
Maybe everybody didn't hate their bosses.
Oh.
And maybe everyone had good bosses the entire time. And just you and I had bad experiences because we were terrible at our jobs.
But that could be.
Lazy,
Yeah.
stupid,
Slack ass.
unmotivated,
Didn't want to be there.
no skill. Because that's a possibility.
I understand.
That the tension was there because we just sucked.
But I never liked authority. I never liked my teacher. You were the same way.
I know. I had teachers I liked.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you got weird. I forgot.
I got weird.
You did get kind of weird.
What are you talking about? I got weird. Everybody has a teacher they liked at school except for you.
Couldn't find one.
No, man, they suck, man. Think of when I went to school in the South.
I know.
Man.
They were the worst.
Kimmy,
Yeah.
If I had to ask, think of all the bosses you've had in your work life.
Yeah.
Did you have majority good or bad bosses?
Probably bad. I mean, just based on from when I started working to now. Yeah, I think that finding a good boss is rare.
So you've had more unpleasant experiences than pleasant
Yeah,
experiences?
I think so.
Okay. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. A new study reveals that 8 in 10 Americans say they have a good boss, their direct superior. Even more surprising, 55% of Americans, that's the majority, say their boss is excellent. And the reasons they give: flexibility for a good work-life balance, getting credit where credit is due, which, by the way, that has never happened in my work life ever. Now, maybe I don't deserve the credit.
Now, I'm wondering, too, though, because of how work has changed, because you have HR, that bosses can't get away with what they got away with 50, 60 years ago with their employees.
You mean like being a super hard ass?
Yeah. You can't belittle them. You can't bully. You can't demean people, push them around. I mean, there was different rules and standards now compared to 50, 60 years ago in the workplace. Think of a woman working in a business 60 years ago, how she was treated compared to now.
Yeah, that's fair.
That boss would be arrested.
You're right, but at the same time, maybe bosses change their ways. It's not so much HR. You're not going to get good
Productivity,
employees, yes, if
yeah.
you're belittling and yelling and embarrassing people.
True.
Didn't we learn that lesson?
Yeah, from 9 to 5. Yeah, it was a great movie.
252-WCMF, Let's leave Dolly out of this, all right? Let's talk to Joe. Hey, Joe, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Duff, you know what's going on, buddy?
What's that?
It has to do with the gummy stuff. It's got to be the gummies.
The government?
Back in the day, the gummies. It's
Oh,
gotta be
gummies, the
edibles.
gummies. I'm sorry.
the edibles.
Okay.
It's the edibles. Okay.
Back in the day, the guys that worked at Kodak would go have a drink at 10:30 in the morning, and they couldn't come back to work because they smelled like a bottle.
Okay.
You can't go outside and smoke a doob because you come in, you smell like weed. So everybody's happy because now you just eat a piece of brownie.
Okay.
With a little gummy.
And that makes your boss
Yeah.
tolerable. Okay. All right, Joe, let me ask you this.
It's easier to slack off.
It makes the employees tolerable.
Oh, I see. I got you. All right, do you like your boss, Joe? Do you have a good boss?
I have a great boss.
Okay. How long you worked under that person?
5-6 years now.
Okay, all right. So there you go. Joe, are you a blue-collar guy?
Absolutely.
How many blue-collar guys back in the day did you hear go, I love my boss?
The ones that were smoking dope.
Like half the country tunes were about beating your boss's ass. Take this job and shove it.
When you're relaxed, you got a little buzz on, the whole world's a better place.
All
Yeah,
right, Joe,
lose
thanks
a
for the
thumb.
call. Thanks for the call, buddy. Do not take Joe's advice. Do not listen
I
to
would
this
not
man.
recommend.
All right, let me ask you a question. When someone says they have a bad boss, is your first thought their boss must suck, or is your first thought that's a slack-ass employee?
Okay, can I be a hypocrite?
Yeah.
I'm going to go, you're a lousy employee.
You just spent 16 minutes
Yeah.
talking about how much all bosses suck, and you're judging a guy who does the same thing you do.
Yeah, because I know who you are, man, because I am you.
No, but to see, if you were him and you knew you were him, you wouldn't say the boss sucked.
You would understand.
Yeah, exactly. You would understand why the boss felt
But
that
I
way
also
about you.
know you deserve it, man.
Kimmy, do you see someone who bitches about their boss as the boss sucks, or that's a slack-ass employee?
I mean, it kind of depends on the person, but for the most part, I just assume most people don't get along with their boss.
So you're giving them the
So I think
the
I would
talk or
give
the
them. I
benefit of
think
the doubt.
for the majority of people, I'd give them the benefit of the doubt.
Okay.
They really don't like their boss.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's talk to Josh. Hey, Josh, what's up, buddy?
Morning, guys. Not much. I definitely think it depends because it sounds like on that survey it says direct supervisor.
Yes.
Yeah, I usually have a really great direct supervisor, but that's because we usually hire within, and they're the ones fresh off the remembering where they came from. So they usually come from your coworkers, and we understand each other and work together, and they try to help in situations. Beyond that, like I have 3 higher bosses in the building, and every one of them just can't do the job for the most part. They forget what it is we do. They forget how we're supposed to do it. Some of them have never worked in our field and are like our deputy runners.
Okay, I get where
It's
you're
almost
coming
like they're too far separated.
which makes perfect sense. Makes perfect sense. However, Josh, as logical as what you just said is, Tommy, you've always looked at the guy who was promoted to boss from regular worker as the worst person in the company.
Oh, that's the Brown Nose Expressway.
The Brown Nose Expressway.
Oh, it is. Straight to the top of the diamond
What
lane.
are the odds that you're gonna like the coworker that gets selected for that
I
job?
hated that guy.
Well, Josh is a nerd, though. He probably works hard, so he'd get along with that guy.
Yeah, he does.
Hey, you got way to go.
Spineless Josh.
I work as hard as I need to.
Josh, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
Have a good one.
No, I mean, it's an interesting theory that the person that's promoted from the job you did is going to be the one that you get along the most with because they know where you come from.
Unless they turn into the boss and they're not your buddy anymore. You also have that. You know, they can't.
Sure.
That dynamic changes because they can't.
Okay. But see, for you, you never looked at it as you can't. You look at them as like, you just wanted the power, man. And now you got
Absolutely.
it. You just turning the screws on me for no reason, man. Remember where you came from, man.
Enjoy your money.
You're also jealous of their success.
Yes, I am.
Because you were promoted to management 3 separate times and knocked down all 3 times.
So we had this one kid. He shot up the line quick. He was like a store manager at like 25, 26 years old.
Okay.
And that was a big to-do back then, right? And everybody hated this kid. And he also won big money. Like, as soon as he got the promotion, he got a car, bought a house, and he did the douchiest thing you could think of. He bought a horse.
Okay.
And everybody hated this kid. Because he was
he
like,
actually a dick?
I don't know. Probably not. I He's probably a great guy. He's probably been retired for 20 years. Who the hell knows? But, like, everybody just wanted him to fall off that goddamn horse.
For God's sakes, man.
I know it's terrible to say, but
we wanted him falling off that horse.
he had the glitzy car. You know the system.
But you would.
But I guess my question was, what was stopping anybody else from climbing the ladder? Because if they picked
Drive.
you, I was gonna say,
And he was a great worker, man. He was like and the other thing, he never wanted to be branded company man. Guy's
Company
a
man?
total company man.
Company man can go far, man.
That's what happens with your horse.
252 WCMF 252-9263. 8 in 10 Americans say their direct supervisor, their boss, they have a good boss. 55% of Americans say that their boss is excellent.
Excellent boss.
Excellent.
I've had one excellent boss.
You've had more than one.
No,
excellent.
boss. Excellent. You know how hard it is to achieve excellence?
I've never achieved it, so I don't know.
But think about it. You had the same boss I did.
Yeah, no, I love that
That guy was so rare.
No, but like I've had.
And then he's gone.
You okay?
Man, it hurts.
It's like you're singing a love song over here.
Oh, I miss that dude every day.
I miss him too. I wouldn't go as descriptive as you are right now.
We got that mumbling prick after him. Wouldn't even get you a cup of coffee.
For God's sakes, he was a nice guy.
Nice guy.
He was just bad at his job.
He's horrible at his job.
Right?
No, I wasn't going to say that.
Too far. Oh, too far. You wish the guy fell off a horse.
I know.
252 WCMF. We'll take one last call here. And, this is probably going to be a smart forward call.
Yeah.
Because Sasquatch is on the line.
Okay.
Hey, Sasquatch. How are you, buddy?
Hey, guys. So Tommy kind of stole my thunder a little bit, but it's HR that's ruining that, or that's making everybody like their bosses now.
Okay, hold on. Stop.
You
Pause.
started with it's ruining.
Do you think that people were working harder when their bosses were pricks with the word ruining?
Yeah.
But
They
was
didn't
that
want to get yelled at. They didn't want to get yelled at.
Okay, but here's the thing. Now, let's have this discussion. Sasquatch, how old are you, bud?
I am 40.
All right, you're 40 years old, so you're still in the workforce right now.
Oh, yeah.
Well, we all are, buddy. I feel your pain. But here's the thing. Like, when it comes to a boss, I've had those bosses that yell to try and motivate you. I've had those bosses that use the piece of cake to try and motivate you, right? Sasquatch, that guy that yelled at me, I did just enough to not get yelled at.
That was
work.
not motivating.
Exactly. But you know what? The job got done.
Well, the job's getting done now, too.
And the counterpoint to that. So Tommy just brought up Crowley.
With the too easy boss, you're screwing around all day on your phone, and he's just too passive. It's
Well, you're assuming that they'd be a passive boss. That's not the case.
Yeah, I think there's a difference between passive and good. Because, like, the boss Tommy was just describing, Crowley, he worked here a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
He was great. Like, Sasquatch, that guy, I liked him so much, and I respected him so much, I wanted to do things for him.
Yeah, you wanted to work for the guy.
Yeah, like, there was nothing he could have asked me where I would have been like, no, and it's because he wasn't a prick.
I've had a couple bosses like that, and I was a boss at one point too.
And got soft.
Yeah.
Can't even discipline them anymore.
Nope, I cannot. And you know what?
That was a joke.
Thankful I'm not a boss anymore. And I was just a boss of a tiny, tiny little department.
And you
Tiny,
couldn't
itty
handle
bitty.
it.
You did the
And
same
I couldn't handle it.
And I couldn't handle it either.
You are the Tommy Muley of bosses.
Yeah, I was.
Sasquatch, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
No problem, guys.
All right, take care. Why? It's always weird to me.
I don't want to know why that.
What?
But, like, it's always strange to me.
What's up?
The working guys that are like, bosses can't be pricks anymore. Why do you want that?
Yeah, I know.
He's 40. He's going to work
I know.
today. Like, I don't.
And by the way, he's 40, so he's always had HR in his life.
Yeah, I was just gonna say he's not that old.
Like, he started to act like he was like 70 years old back when it was like the Wild West.
HR
They were like
bad.
chucking guys out windows.
All right, let's take a break. There is a woman. We're going to read you some allegations she's facing from our area here.
Oh,
and
a
when you hear
lady
the,
caper.
That's right. And when you hear the allegations, you're going to immediately think you know everything that's going on. And you are wrong.
All right.
You're very wrong. And what's interesting about this story is it's scary, even though this is something most men would brag to their friends about.
Oh.
And we'll get into it next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. We're going to tell you some allegations a woman is facing in our area, and you're going to think you know the whole story right away. And you're going to be wrong. Because despite seeing this story on a fairly regular basis, the intentions of this woman are not the intentions of most people who do this.
I can't wait to hear.
And Tommy, what makes it even more unique, this is something women would be very scared of and something that men would brag about. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 7:45, the greatest coach in the history of the NFL. The second he comes loose, you'll have teams crawl all over each other to get to him. One very smart bearded man has been screaming at everyone who will listen for the last 5 years.
Yeah.
He ain't that guy.
Really?
And it seems that smart NFL minds agree.
Dancing all over his grave right now.
God damn right I am. We'll get to it. This is after 7:45 here in the break room on CMF. This story comes to us from Wayne County.
Again, what happened?
A 52-year-old woman has
Man, she's a little long in the lady too.
She's been arrested after authorities say she called the police more than 200 times.
Oh, God.
Now, we don't have a time period in which she did it, but not that it really matters.
Oh, yeah, that could be a lifetime. That's too much.
You got it. So in total, police say it was 256 phone calls to the police, even though they say she did not have a legitimate emergency to report.
Okay, she's a nuisance.
You got it. So tell me, when we've seen stories like this in the past, there are two main reasons people do this. One, they actually think this is something police need to take care of.
Obviously.
And police go, no, and they don't let it go, and that gets them in trouble. And two, these people are lonely and just want someone to talk to or visit them. Both
a sad
cases.
sack.
Based on the details in this story, that doesn't seem to be the case here.
Do we know what she wanted?
Yes, we do. Because according to 10 NBC, this woman called the cops over 200 times in an attempt to talk to a single police officer.
A single one.
Not single as in no
person.
Yeah, not single as in no marriage, single as in like an individual.
She wants to date a cop.
Or get attention,
complain,
whatever it is.
Well, no, she's looking for a single cop.
Okay, I should
No,
have
not like actually like.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Relationship status. That's not.
Wait, she had a name in mind.
An individual.
Yes.
Oh, okay, I
Yes, no,
understand.
they weren't like, give me your first single cop.
That's what I thought, like a dating service.
No.
So she was looking for a dude or a lady.
I'm assuming it's a guy here based on the way the story's written, pronouns and stuff. So what's interesting about this, she's been charged not with abusing the 911 system. She's been charged with stalking and harassment.
Oh.
So this was someone looking to talk to a specific person.
Yeah.
And tell me, what is interesting about the charge of stalking? It's one that different genders handle in totally opposite ways. Because you ladies have to be terrified of someone that would be stalking you, right?
Yeah.
Like if Kimmy all of a sudden had a stalker
Yeah.
that wouldn't stop calling the station, they're following her around, they're sending her letters, she would be afraid.
Yeah.
And rightfully
And
so.
vulnerable, yeah.
Yeah. Men, we don't ever really have to deal with a woman stalking us, right?
No.
Outside of the allegations here. It's so out of the ordinary, in fact, that it may be more of a feather in a guy's cap than something that keeps him up at night.
I was gonna say because lady stalkers exist.
They do.
They're out there.
They do. I mean, if the allegations are true, lady stalkers in this story.
Yeah.
Tommy, would you be flattered as a man if you had a stalker?
I think you would, right? Wouldn't you?
But at what point do you start to get a little worried?
I mean, you'd brag about it. You wouldn't say like as a bad thing.
So you're saying it's less fear and more of an ego stroke.
Oh, absolutely.
Well, what if it starts to affect your life, though?
Well, that's a different story. But in the beginning, I think you would take it as a compliment almost. You wouldn't be. I don't think a guy would be in fear of his life.
Phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Now, Kimmy, I know this sounds insane to you.
Well, I was going to say, because especially coming from Tommy, only because we've watched the same crime documentaries. We've watched the same stories about scary women.
Yes, we do.
And you're like, nah, no big deal.
But I figured they're so rare, that's why they make it to Netflix.
No, but that's how stupid men are, Kimmy. Because I'm kind of with them on this.
I know.
You would, if this were to happen to most men, you would have to tell the story like it's a pain in the ass, right?
But she wants it so bad.
Yeah, but the only reason you're telling the story is so other people know you have a woman that is stalking you because you want them to know. And even though most men would be flattered, Kimmy, you're right. It's a very stupid way to think. Because we've talked on this show before about how most men don't look at women as physical threats. And we have those discussions when we have stories where women are arrested for really hurting dudes. It happens, and it happens more than you think. Like, who's to say that woman that has a fixation on you isn't a dangerous woman?
Right. She could pull a move.
But you don't care because that woman's stalking you.
And
You
even
want
if she
everyone to know
does-
about it.
Yeah.
Even if she does pull a move, you still go. I mean, you still like, I can handle it. Like it has to get to a point where you can. It's out of your hands before you actually do something about it.
It's this, Kimmy. The moment a man stops being flattered by a stalker is when it's too late.
Yes.
She's already stabbed
that's
you.
exact-
She's
well
already
put.
set your house
Yeah.
on
The
fire.
rabbit's already in the pot.
You got it. Yes, that's what. Because even that movie, for God's
Yeah.
sakes, right? He ends up having a his wife kills her. What was
Yeah.
that movie called again? Fatal Instinct.
Yeah, fatal
Attraction.
attraction.
Fatal
yeah.
Attraction. Every movie in the 80s had instinct attraction,
Yeah.
right, in the title. Like in this specific story in Wayne County, there is nothing to suggest that this woman is violent or dangerous. But if the allegations are true, she had it in her to make that call to an individual police officer looking for this person 256 times just to try and get a hold of him.
Yeah.
If you are capable of that,
Do you take it then? Yeah.
who knows what else you're capable of?
You're left wondering how far will this person go?
Exactly.
So on the old show, the host had a stalker, female stalker.
Man, how bad was radio in Rochester
was
back in the
so
90s?
bad. So she was showing up at events. She was showing up, different places around town where he'd be, because
Okay.
you're talking on the radio, right?
Sure.
It didn't really get bad until she started showing up. She found out where he lived,
Oh.
which means she followed him home.
Yeah.
Which means she hung out at the station and waited.
Ooh.
And then it started showing up, and then you had to do something.
Sure.
He's got kids and the whole shebang. So, but then you start thinking, holy Christ, man, how long was she watching me
Yeah.
and following me before she made her move?
Can I ask you a question? When this former host you're describing
Yeah.
called the authorities,
I don't know. Yeah, I think he did call the. Yeah, he must have called the cops. Yeah.
did you look at him as a bitch?
Uh,
That's an automatic no. The fact that you even
Yeah.
thought about it
Yeah.
makes you an idiot.
Yeah. You
no,
should say-
I mean,
she showed up at his house.
Yeah, she's at your house, man. You
but
said it.
but he's also an overreactor to everything.
That's fair.
He is like
No,
everything.
no, I'm saying that's fair to call the cops in this situation.
I understand, but he's also an overreactor.
Bro, you just said it. He's got kids. It's
Yeah.
his house.
I mean, he went out and talked to her and stuff, and he was cool and everything, but you can't do this.
Is something though like the phone calls or emails or however they're reaching out to you consistently, is that almost a little creepier than if they show up in person? Because to your point, I'm left with so many questions.
Theater of
I
the
don't
mind, man.
Yeah, I don't know what this person's capable of. I
Yes.
don't know how far they're gonna take it.
It's a good question.
Yeah, I would think you'd rather have a face-to-face than
Yeah.
the emails, because then your mind's going to run wild.
It's
Yeah.
easier to do something about it if they actually show up somewhere as
Yeah, but if
opposed to
I'm
just they're just giving you like a little bit of stalking.
Yeah, but a touch
Touch
of
of
stalking.
stalking.
Touch of stalking.
Yeah, but like man or woman, like if that person shows up at my house, I don't know what's in your pockets. I don't know what's
Oh,
in your
yeah, it's-
car.
yeah,
I don't
it's
know
game
what,
over.
Yeah, what your intention is. No, I'll take the phone calls and the emails over like
Yeah.
a face to face.
Yeah.
The reason we're having this discussion again, 252 WCMF, a 52-year-old woman from Wayne County was arrested after police say she called the police more than 256 times. We don't know the time period,
Yeah.
but authorities say she did this looking for an individual police officer every time she called. And when it comes to women being stalked, obviously they're immediately afraid. Whereas as we have this discussion, not only are we discovering that men would be probably flattered
Still
by that,
got it, baby.
right? But if a man were to react the way that you should, you, and if you do it, other men feel this way, would think they're a bitch.
Yes. I'm going to call the cops on you, lady.
Yeah.
Like
Even
you
though
you should have called the cops when a woman tried to run you down with her car.
But instead you had sex with her.
And look how it worked out.
How?
Well, she didn't go to jail.
She
that-
just,
She wanted to kill you.
and you don't know what she did after that.
Oh, what do you think she did? Florida women are pretty cool.
Yeah, no.
What do you think? She killed somebody?
Remember when you were just talking about Netflix documentaries
Yeah.
you guys watch? There's a whole section on Florida women who've done terrible things.
But I've been assaulted by a few women.
Okay.
And I didn't call the cops.
Well,
But
there's
maybe
a,
you should have. Just saying.
I wouldn't even know what to tell the
Do you
cops.
know where any of those women ended up, by the way?
well, they were already
Oh, no.
dating Tommy, so they
That's
were
what
pretty
I.
low
But that's what
on the
I
totem
like.
pole.
Who knows? Like what they went on to do after that.
Oh. They were all Florida trash, man. What do you think these chicks end up to?
What does that make you? Like you sit here in your fancy shirt living
Trash
in your
collector?
wife's house. Yeah, they were Florida trash because they were with me, man.
But you know these chicks, man. Like the stupid stuff that
Making
would just
excuses.
fall out of their face.
Again, you are saying this. You are saying this.
But I also don't want to get those girls in trouble.
The other day in a commercial break, you said, if I could have a donkey, I'd buy a hat for it.
Yes.
That was a thing you said.
He'd have to buy it.
Have to-
yeah.
Unprompted.
A top hat. Top hat on a donkey is priceless.
The stupid things that fall out of their mouths, Kimmy.
Yeah.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Albert. Hey, Al. How are you, buddy?
Good morning, team. How are y'all today?
Good, man. What do you got?
So I've got a couple of comments. First, to the lady that called all the time to the cops.
Allegedly.
You guys remember the movie The Candyman?
What, was Sammy Davis?
No, this is the one with all the bees in the guy's mouth. It was a deep cut.
Yeah. So the inspiration from that story, I don't remember all the details, but the inspiration for that story came from a woman who continually called 911 because she thought she heard somebody crawling around in her apartment walls and stuff like that.
Okay.
I think it was in like Chicago or something maybe.
Okay.
But nobody believed her because she had some mental health problems. And anyways, she ended up getting murdered by somebody who crawled in through the mirror in her bathroom because it was like an old, rundown, decrepit, apartment
All
building.
right, Albert, let me stop you right there. Let me just stop you real quick here, buddy. Let me stop you.
Yes, sir.
What? That has nothing to do with the allegations this woman is facing. It clearly states in the story that she was calling, according to police, to reach an individual police officer. She wasn't charged with abusing 911. She's been charged with stalking and harassment, Albert.
Well, I don't know. I made a loose connection in my head.
Okay, attaboy.
But the second thing I wanted to tell you guys,
Can't wait to hear this.
I actually had somebody when I was in college, young and fit, like 20 years ago. She was probably on the verge of becoming a stalker. I told her during like a poetry reading we had one time that I liked something that she wrote, and she started following me around from class to class. She was coming into the wrestling room waiting for me before and after practice. The guys busted my chops so bad for that. It was kind of creepy, actually.
Okay, so you didn't like it.
Did
You
not
weren't
appreciate that
flattered.
one.
You were not flattered by that, Albert.
Not really, no.
But Albert, you got to look at her from her point of view. How many poetry reading wrestlers,
Yeah, look at
college
you are
wrestlers
unique.
exist?
What a catch.
You're a unicorn, Albert.
Yeah.
I think there was me and another guy on the team came once to read a poem. It was really funny. But no, you're right. Poetry, like sensitive wrestler guys that like to throw people on their heads. That's I guess that is a unique thing.
All right, Albert, do me a favor. Go home, watch Candyman 2. Call us back next week with the review, all right?
Roger that, brother. You guys have a good weekend.
Take care, Albert.
Wow, that was a lot to take in there from Roger.
Could have skipped the first story.
Albert.
Oh, Albert.
What'd you call him, Roger?
It's all right. Roger
And Albert is pretty much the same guy.
Roger is the Albert of Mitchell, so you're pretty close. I think we all learned something in that call.
Yeah, don't take that call anymore.
As we go back to the stalking discussion, as we wrap it up here, we immediately go to the idea that the physical harm could be the worst thing that happens to you. But that might not be true, because even in a case where a woman is not dangerous physically to you, it will affect other parts of your life in a bad way. It would take a massive toll on any relationship you were in.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Just the stress.
You got it. And I know there are guys listening that have had an ex that wouldn't let it go, that they started a new relationship and it caused a problem. And even if you're just trying to start something, you're dating, if it comes out that you have this woman that can't get over you, what woman is signing up to latch her wagon to you?
Yeah.
But the problem is sometimes you could have a relationship, because I know this has happened to guys, like 10 years ago, and the chick resurfaces because of Facebook, because of social media.
The connection comes
So
back.
you already are with somebody else, and then this chick shows up and won't leave you alone. That's a real disaster.
Wait. She shows up 10 years later?
I know guys
Really?
that have had girlfriends that they don't even remember them.
Yeah.
And these chicks come back around and they want to reconnect with people.
Okay.
And like you could be, I know this has happened to guys that have had families now, and these chicks will not leave them alone.
Happened to a buddy of mine. They hang out
Really?
in a serious relationship. Like, yeah, it was like 8-9 years
See,
later.
I would think like the stalking comes like immediately after a
It
relationship.
normally does, but
I would
sometimes.
think like that long after.
But think if a lonely person goes online and starts searching your ass out,
guess.
and you're sitting there.
So the dude I knew, the girl, she got married after they broke up. She divorced, and she was convinced that he was her soulmate.
Wow.
And it never got to a point where he had to call the cops, but like she would just keep dropping messages in his name.
You completely forgot about this chick, and all of a sudden there she is.
So, hey, boys, just be careful out there. Be careful.
Yes.
Let's take a break. I'm not going to say I told you so.
What happened?
I'm not going to say that for the last 5 years, as I was screaming this into a microphone to anyone that would listen, and you specifically, he's the greatest. He's the greatest. Who wouldn't win?
Wait, are you talking about the Wizard?
I was gonna say you had nicknames for him.
Every NFL team had an opportunity to make him their head coach. 9 NFL teams had immediate openings where they could have snapped him up.
Yeah.
And guess what?
What?
It sure looks right now like this guy's going to be sitting on a beach drinking a Mai Tai this season.
Ooh.
And we'll get into it next to the break room. 96.5 WCMF. Look, I'm not going to say I told you so.
All right, good.
I'm not going to say I told you so. But I will say this.
What's that?
Anybody that stood back and looked at this logically would have deduced this was entirely possible.
The man with the most titles of all time.
Yeah. Because it looks like the hold on, let me get my quote fingers up. Greatest head coach of all time is going to have a lot of free time come this football season.
So you're thinking nobody's going to take this guy?
Well, let's get into this.
All right.
You're hanging out at the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. So it was about halfway through the season that we started hearing rumblings that the Patriots and Bill Belichick were going to part ways.
He was tanking.
Yeah, and by the way, part ways means the Patriots are going to fire your ass. They're just going to do it the polite way. Now, Bill Belichick wants to continue coaching because he's 15 wins short of being the winningest, having the most wins of any head coach in NFL history. So the speculation began in like October. Where will Bill Belichick land? And we all started, Kimmy, trying
Well, they're
to
all lining up.
Well, you would think so, right? Not only did we start talking about teams that were planning on firing their head coach, we talked about teams that had a decent head coach that would fire their coach just to hire Bill Belichick.
Yeah.
So, flash forward a few months, the Patriots, Belichick, they part ways amicably. They have a joint press
A
conference
little
about
hug
it.
and kiss, and that was it.
And then the interviews start. For example, right out of the gate, Bill Belichick started interviewing with the Atlanta Falcons.
We kind of thought that may be a slam dunk there.
Well, Kimmy, they're a team in a good spot. They got a lot of offensive talent.
It all made sense.
Yeah, they're a quarterback away, a quarterback they could get very easily through the draft or with Justin Fields in Chicago. He had multiple interviews, Tommy. And we were told late last week it was just a matter of time before he was the new head coach of the Falcons. Yesterday, the Falcons hired a head coach. Former Bucs head coach Raheem Morris.
Okay.
That was just a day after the Chargers, who was also another team Belichick was linked to, hired Jim Harbaugh away from Michigan. And if that wasn't bad enough,
What else?
right before Atlanta made their hire yesterday, the Panthers announced they hired Buccaneers offensive coordinator Dave Canales as their head coach. Bill Belichick might be done for good.
So he's going to be on TV then. He's going to be an analyst.
No, that'll be really good. Yeah, what you're going to do is
But you know he's gonna-
Josh Allen goes back to pass.
He's going to be on TV.
He's not good on TV.
A lot of
He
them
will
ain't
be.
good.
I know.
He despises
Coach
the media.
Cowher wasn't very good at the beginning either.
He despises the media. I don't think that man does television.
Bro, they're going to throw cash at him. His fat, ugly ass will be on TV.
Yeah, I think he's right.
How are you passing up? The
even-
guy's got 6 Super Bowls. You're not going to put him on TV?
No, but what do you want to do? It is my question.
You think, but I don't see that guy just going away
No.
and,
Okay.
and going to live life and
He should-
enjoy retirement.
He doesn't
like,
enjoy
that's
anything.
just not going to happen.
Okay.
I don't even think he enjoys the job he enjoys, if that makes sense.
No, I understand what you're saying completely. So I want you to think about it this way.
So you're thinking he will not get a job?
And here's, well, okay, so there are 2 job openings left in the
Who's
NFL
left?
right now. Seattle, who just fired their own 72-year-old legend
Yeah.
Pete Carroll, so that seems like an unlikely landing spot. And the Commanders in Washington, who are rumored to be waiting to interview the Lions offensive coordinator, because that's who they want as their head
All
coach.
right. So everybody's going young, I'm guessing.
Yes, and that
Well, if
makes
you're gonna
sense.
replace
It's the youth
somebody, yeah.
movement, right?
Okay, there's a youth movement, and then
Everybody's got to have peaked hair.
Okay, there's youth movement, and then there's not hiring a man in his 70s to be the future face of your franchise.
All right.
A guy who you also know is going to want to have a lot of control over the franchise,
Like all of it?
And I,
Yeah.
I don't know how many owners are open to that idea.
So you think he's done no TV on a permanent basis?
Yes.
He's done.
And here's why. Look, I guess he could land in Washington. That's a possibility. And I think that's the only longest shot. Because outside of a team firing the coach they have now to hire Belichick, which if these openings don't hire, why would another team do that? Tommy, if he goes on TV, he's admitting that he's been a fraud the whole
Yeah,
time,
all
right? And that's a guy who cares about his image.
Oh, he does.
Sure.
Well,
he
look
does.
how he carries himself.
You know what I
know.
mean. He cares about
All right.
his standing in
Well,
NFL
as far as his
history.
legacy.
Yes, exactly. Thank you. That's a great word to
Because
put.
you get these jackals that call him crap because he only has 6 Super Bowls.
Well, but that's just it.
He's got 6 rings.
No, Tom Brady has 6 rings. He was there for it.
Well, you could say that about Vince Lombardi then.
No, because Vince Lombardi won championships with multiple different quarterbacks.
Yeah, but he wasn't on the field doing anything.
No, I think you're misunderstanding what I'm saying.
Right.
When one man
Yeah.
wins all your championships with you,
Yeah.
you then start to question who the good one was.
All right.
Because Tom Brady won a Super Bowl ring without Bill Belichick. Bill Belichick is ridiculously under 500 without Tom Brady. He made the playoffs one time.
Yeah.
He was blown out, and his teams progressively got worse.
So you're saying bum out.
Well, let's put it this way.
Out you go.
Let me put it this way. A very smart, handsome, bearded man for the last 5 years has been yelling, the emperor has no clothes. This man is a fraud. He's not very good. Yet, you, who likes to watch all the national media stuff, bought into, well, he's great. Look at the Reds. He's great about time.
Look at the plane.
What can the Wizard do, man? He's got these schemes he's going to cook up to get a 4-win season. It sure seems to me, Kimmy, like folks in the NFL who know football realize.
So he sucked the whole time. No good.
That's my theory.
Idiot.
That's my theory.
Fool.
Can't get a job.
All right.
Can't get a job. Bill Belichick.
Could he go to college?
Well, no, that's even more work. That's why
I
Nick
doubt
Saban left.
he wants to go that route.
I mean, he could be one of those guys that does he's overseeing, the coach emeritus. I'm here to help out so he can be involved in the game. He could also go to.
Is Emeritus a good school?
Annapolis is Navy?
Yeah.
Annapolis, Maryland. So his dad coached there.
Oh.
I could see him going there and having that overseeing role because he loved to be in Annapolis at Navy. He's a big Navy supporter.
All right.
But as far as an NFL head coaching job.
Oh, could he start running our actual Navy?
Would we want that?
I don't know. No, I guess with that record, I guess you don't want it.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. Bill Belichick is not hired as the head coach of the Atlanta Falcons. He's not hired as the head coach of the Los Angeles Chargers. Those were the two places he was linked to. There are 2 jobs left. They don't seem likely to hire him either. He's going to go without a job. And think about this.
What's that?
I think he's done forever. He will be 73.
Well, yeah, you got up there.
When the 2025 season starts, so not this coming year, but the year after. If you're an NFL franchise, are you bringing in a 73-year-old head coach with a record well below 500 from the last 5 years that hasn't coached in a year? Because when you put it like that, all of a sudden, he don't sound like that smoking hot candidate everyone sold him as.
Could he then, given the climate, run for governor of Florida?
I want to make sure that everybody.
He'd be a great governor.
Would he be a great governor?
Oh, he'd be a great governor.
You think so?
Oh, yeah.
Would he wear the hoodie?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you got to wear the hood. I mean, if you're going to run it, if you're going to do it, you got to wear the hoodie.
I can see him being governor of Florida.
I want you to think about this.
On an independent a-hole ticket.
I want you to think about this. As little as 2 years ago, it was a definite, not even a question, that Bill Belichick would retire with the most wins of any NFL head coach of all time.
How many is he short?
15.
All right.
If he doesn't get a job in this cycle, which again, it looks unlikely, he won't have a shot to do it.
Oh, yeah.
Which means he will be short.
You would think that's what he's chasing at this point.
Who's got it? Shula?
Shula's the champion.
Yeah.
That's what happens when you say mean things about Marv Levy. Because Bill Belichick, all those years ago, said he wasn't going to coach into his 70s like Marv Levy.
Ooh.
Shot unprompted. And guess what? Marv was able to coach into his 70s.
And he's also going to outlive Bill Belichick.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is.
I don't see Belichick making it into his 90s.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Chris. Hey, Chris, what's up, buddy?
Morning, guys. So I think he still wants to be involved in football. If he doesn't get a head coaching job, do you think he would take a DC job somewhere?
Okay, let's a defensive coordinator job. Let's put it this way.
No, he's not going backwards, man.
If he didn't take the Falcons job because he didn't have enough power as the head coach, why would he have a head coach being able to tell him what to do?
Because he just can't get away from football. If he knows that no one's going to hire him as a coach, or if he goes to a bad team where a coach could get fired, then he gets elevated as the interim coach, maybe tries to get wins that way.
Okay, but again, we talk about legacy. He cares about his legacy. He would have to take a step backwards.
Yeah, he's not that kind of guy at that age. And that money he's got in the prestige, he's not going backwards.
And Chris, if he was that desperate to get a head coaching job, right, to get those wins, he could have told Atlanta, fine, whatever you want, just put me in a head coach. You can hire a general manager. He can make all the decisions. I'll just coach. But it doesn't seem that he did that.
You know, that's true. He just wants all the control, but like you said, nobody's going to give that to him.
Oh, well, maybe Dancing with the Stars.
Oh, I would watch that.
Come on, man.
Sub 500 Dancing with the Stars performance. Hey, Chris, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. All right, there goes Chris.
I can also see him retiring, and maybe in a year from now, TMZ will have a video of him melting down on a golf course.
Or over the shores of his home in Florida at a kid who's walking down his beach because the kid thinks it's a public beach, but it's actually Bill Belichick's private beach.
All right, so he goes all Bobby Knight on some kid.
I'll go down. Why don't I come down to your house and shoot a rifle at your pool? All right, let's take a break.
All right.
This is bad, Tommy.
What happened?
This is really bad.
Is it that bad or are you overreacting?
Oh, no, you're going to jump on here with me.
I'm all right.
I think so. Because you're only as good as the way you treat other people.
You have to be kind.
Well, in this specific case, it's past kind. It's making sure they have enough money to like survive.
Yeah.
And they're doing a service for you.
Mm-hmm.
Despite that, we have decided we don't want to do this anymore.
Okay.
And the
So we'll pay somebody to do it?
No. We're not using money, period. And I'll explain everything. But the argument that people are making as to why they shouldn't have to do this anymore is a terrible argument that makes you look like a massive piece of crap. And we'll get into it next in the break room on CMF. Man, you cheap ass bitches.
What happened?
There was a time.
What's that time?
Thank you. Where tipping someone at a sit-down restaurant after a meal wasn't even a question.
Yeah.
It's part of the bill. So much so that some places even included it there. Well, Tommy,
Yeah.
it's not that way anymore. When you hear how many people are skimping and sliding out of this money, you may start to look differently.
So people are chinsing.
Oh, my God, are they?
That's embarrassing, man.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF. Tommy, did you know?
What's that?
1 in 5 Americans say they don't always tip after a meal at a sit-down restaurant.
And is that based on service? They just don't tip.
Well, it just says they don't always do it. 1 in 5. That's around 40 million American adults.
Chinsing out.
But like, you're either a tipper or you're not. Like, it's weird that you go back and forth.
See, it sounds to me like those people didn't want to say I don't tip.
Yeah.
So they're like, not all the time.
I do it based on the service.
If my wife's in labor and they deliver the baby at the table, I'll leave you 8%.
But there's also those weird tippers. Like, I don't tip on the tax.
Yep.
I don't tip on the alcohol. Okay.
I'm with you. Way to save $6.
Right.
Oh, by the way, it gets worse.
But
Of the folks
Yeah.
that say they always tip at a sit-down restaurant after the meal, 57%, the majority of Americans, say they tip 15% or less.
that's weak. That is so weak.
So not only are we not tipping as much as we used to in general, when we do tip, the majority of Americans are skimping out, man. If this sounds like you,
Yeah.
the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Why have all of a sudden we decided tipping is not for us?
It's I maybe because it's after COVID something happened because we weren't going out as much, but that was still why your attitude changed in a moment of not giving somebody what they should get.
And I thought we all agreed to over-tip after COVID because those waiters and waitresses hadn't had a chance to make money.
Right.
Does it have something to do with how often you're asked to tip?
So it's interesting you bring that up. This study, which was done by the Pew Research Institute, asked the people that responded why the
Because
changes
everybody
here.
wants to tip now?
Well, yes.
It's just like almost every purchase you make, whether it's like at a coffee shop or restaurant, or even if you're doing like takeout, they flip that iPad around you and it says there's buttons for how much you want to leave as a tip.
Okay.
And I don't know if people even thought to tip in some of these situations beforehand.
Well, we never did. And now, by the way, they described that in the study, Kimmy, as tipping fatigue.
Yeah.
And look, it's a legitimate bitch. It has become a legitimate bitch. There are some places, like you said, Kimmy, I've never tipped in this place in my life. Nobody's ever expected. If I see an iPad at a business, I know they're going to want to tip at the end.
Yeah.
And I get that that's frustrating. And I don't blame people who pass on tipping in that situation. However, this study was for sit-down meals, not
Your
a counter service.
Just your standard.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that is not an excuse here.
Because my wife and I have this argument all the time. Because she always wants to say, what'd you tip? I'm like, because she always thinks I tip too much.
Yeah. Well, you're a giver, Tommy.
I just want people to like me, man. But what if we come back, man?
That's
this
a
is
fair.
This isn't like this is a small town,
argument.
and we always eat when we go out at usually the same places.
I'm with you 100%, man. I'm with you 100%.
And I don't want to be, chintz guy.
Not to mention, it's the right thing to
Yes.
do.
Yeah.
As Kimmy slams her face on the microphone. The second reason they give is even more interesting. Why people are tipping less and not tipping at all. People assume waiters and waitresses don't need it anymore.
Like they're getting some phenomenal living wage.
Well, so
they're not.
several states, including New York, got rid of tipped minimum wage, meaning instead of making $4 an hour plus tips, which is what it was, right? They make the same as everyone else plus tips. And the argument being now, the tip is in the cost of the food that I'm paying for, and that's why it's going up. You are making a living wage, therefore I don't have to tip you.
Okay.
Which is funny because you actually don't make a living wage on minimum wage.
No, it's not a living wage. And even if you were getting a living wage, that job is tough. And dealing with the public all day and complaints and this and that. Like, I don't care, man. That job, I do not want to do that job.
I'm with you. I did that job. That job sucks. I never want to do that job again.
Bartending is not fun. Like,
Despite what Cheers showed us.
Yes.
Sam and Diane thing going on. Right, Kimmy?
Sure.
252 WCMF. 252-9263. 1 in 5 Americans say they don't always tip after a meal at a sit-down restaurant. Even worse, the majority of Americans, 57% that actually do tip, say they tip 15% or less. Kimmy, what do you tip when you sit down?
I think I overestimate most of the time, but I try to do it at least 20, but I probably go over just because I'm like, if I'm not sure, I'll round up.
But that's rare for a chick. And I know you're going to get pissed off, but I've seen it, bro. When women go out to dinner, it's all the purses come out. Let's split this. Who had that? They chintz it down to the penny. Where guys want to be big shots, they just want to throw it around. Watch guys.
Yeah, but you also know. I think
you guys have. I'm going to back
no,
off.
I'm telling you, man.
No, go ahead.
I say part of that is because women tip less.
I think it really is based on your own work experience.
All right.
See, I used to think that,
but my aunt was a waitress, and she's
sometimes
stiffed.
they are. Well, sometimes people that have worked in the food industry, it can go that way where they feel like this person isn't doing as good of a job as I've done, so they will subtract from the tip for that reason.
All right, let me ask you guys a question because we talk about going out with friends,
Yeah.
and well, okay,
Sure.
Would you tip on a tip of a cheap friend's crappy tip?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
You would. So you
Yeah,
throw
because
money.
it represents a table.
Would you? Okay, so let's say they left like 13%. Mm-hmm. Would you put more money on top of it in front of them, or would you wait till they left?
Oh,
I would just make it out like, hey man, I should probably put it a little bit more in.
No,
I would just slide it in.
No,
Yeah.
that's enough. It's enough. What?
I don't think I could hang with that person anymore.
You're telling me if you watch someone leave a
Super
crappy tip,
embarrassing,
you're
yeah.
out
Yeah,
of...
I think because that says a lot about a person.
Really?
Especially when you're doing it in front of other people. Like, well, who are you trying to impress here?
Okay. But you also think it's rude to call them out on it. Because you wouldn't directly call them out.
No, I don't need that issue either, but...
Because maybe you could change their ways. I mean, if you say something and someone else speaks up and goes, yeah, maybe they'd be shamed out of leaving a crappy tip for the rest of their life.
I don't know. I think they just double down.
I never think that works. So what I would probably do is just go up to the actual server and just slip it.
You're only doing that not because you think they deserve it, but because you want the credit.
Oh, yeah.
Because you want people to like you.
Absolutely.
That doesn't make you a good person.
Yes, it does.
No, it makes you
either way, they got cash in their hand. Do you think that server cares what my motivation is?
It makes you a sociopath.
Yeah, well, sociopath money pay the bills.
What?
I don't know.
Put that on a T-shirt.
You know what I'm saying?
Sell it at the rock shop.
Like the server's not going to go, oh, I don't like your motivation here.
Well, no, of course they're not going to turn it down, but
She's
it's like
snatching that cash.
No, but you're trying to play it off like you're a kind and generous, good soul, and it's not. You just want it for your ego.
Yeah.
Which person is worse in your opinion? The person that doesn't tip because, like you said before, they make enough money, they don't need the tip, or the person that will tip based on how good of a job they feel that waiter or waitress did?
Okay. So let's walk through this. I don't see the argument for they make $14 an hour now, so I don't need to tip them.
Yeah.
So I'm going to wipe that person out. As much as I don't like that other person, Kimmy.
Right. Because I always feel like that's a little worse in my opinion.
But like
because you are now like their boss. Like I'm going to be the judge here.
But by definition, a tip is there to show your appreciation for how well they did. Look, I'm with you. I'm tipping 20% every time. I don't care. But
because I think people will look for little things to take off that tip.
But that person's always going to short people.
Yeah.
What if you get like the greatest service you ever had in your life?
Say what?
Let's say you get the greatest service you ever had in your life.
Yeah.
Well, you can't find any way to short it. They would have to tip them the 20% or whatever they think the most is.
But I've never had service so bad that I'm out of here. Have you?
I have, but I still tip them.
I mean, that bad where I wasn't going to give that. And, 90% of the time, the person that's dropping the plate on your table, it ain't their fault.
No, I'm with you on that, man. I'm with you on that.
Well, and you also forget that tip doesn't always just go to that person.
Yeah, they got to split it up.
They split it between multiple people.
Busboys, bartenders, folks in the kitchen.
Yeah.
252 WCMF. We're trying to get away from tipping, apparently. You bastards. You cheap bastards.
Man, we are chinsing.
Let's talk to James. Hey, James, what's going on, buddy?
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on part of that tipping right there.
Okay.
Yeah.
I look at it this way. You're going out to get a meal, no problem. You pay for your meal. You pay your taxes on the meal, which is not a problem. That's, standard. But since COVID ended, a lot of these restaurants, if you use your debit card, are now starting to charge you a 3 to 5% processing fee on top of your total bill, which really I don't feel I should have to pay because your debit card is considered actual cash.
I'm with you on that, buddy. Good call. I'm with you.
So if a lot of places by law are supposed to post that at the table, on the menu, or noticeable in the door.
You got to be a load of laughs to go out with, bro.
Shut up, kid, or shut up and have another drink.
I want to see. You need to post the exact amount of what this cocktail is going to cost me this evening. I work hard for my money.
Call the Department of Weights and Measures.
If you look at it, the job is just trying to get more money out of you to cover their costs of doing business for the amount of money they lost.
Well, no, but James, hold on. Going back to the conversation we're having about tipping. So is your argument that because you're paying the 3 to 5% extra there, you don't want to tip?
He's taking it off the tip.
Is that what you're arguing?
No, I'll tip proper when it's required. But if I walk into a restaurant and they don't tell me there's going to be a processing fee on my card, well, then I take that off and I write right on the receipt, use your processing fee to tip the rest of the waitress or the waiter.
Okay, but here's the
You
thing.
are a massive dick, bro.
Yeah, I'm kind
That
of
is a massive dick, and you're right. And if we all keep doing
Write
that,
it in.
and then
Yeah, but you're
they
shorting the
charge you
person that
3 to 5%,
helped you.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Some company standards.
no, but like, see, here's the thing. Here's what
But
you're
now,
not.
if I pay in pure cash,
No, but
you're
hold
not
on.
going to be 3% off on my bill.
All
But
right,
that
like-
company doesn't care.
Yeah.
You're only affecting
You're
the
right.
waiter or
company
waitress.
don't care.
Yeah, no, but that's just it. That's the hold on, James, because I'm with you. I'm with you on the 3 to 5% thing. I am.
He's with you.
Here's the problem.
Yeah.
You could, if we all decided to take the 3 to 5% out of the tip, companies would keep doing it because it doesn't affect them in any way. It only hurts the person that served your food.
Well, then maybe they will find people that won't want to work for them until they figure out how to fix the problem.
So you got to say we got to stand up.
If you come to work every day and you use your swipe card to get through the door, but because the company had to pay for that card for you to use that swipe card, but they're going to charge you 3% off of your payroll check to use that card, do you think you want to use that card or
No,
come
but
in?
it's a false equivalency. Like, you're hurting the wrong person. Like, the thing you could do, James, is just not go out and eat at that restaurant.
There you go, James.
Oh, that's what I do. That's exactly what I do. I don't visit that establishment, and I go elsewhere. I'll take my business elsewhere.
All right. Well, James, I was with you for a little while there. I was with you for it. Have a good day. I hope you feel better.
You're still a dick, a bigger dick than I am,
All
little
right,
guy.
buddy.
I don't know. It's pretty close, James. It's pretty close.
He writes it down on the bill.
I feel so bad for people that work in the food industry.
That's what I mean. Like, that guy is going to show up at a restaurant.
Oh, and there are
today.
multiple James, multiple people that'll write that note.
I do have to admit, though,
Right.
I secretly love guy who's like, it wasn't posted. It wasn't. You didn't post it.
And even if they posted it, it doesn't make you any less angry about
Like, I'm
it.
going to walk into a bar tonight and go, I'm going to see everything that's posted here before I have a cocktail in your establishment.
But, like, it's an argument that you can't win because technically he's right. Technically he's right. But it's such a tiny thing. It's like watching a man run into a brick wall over and over again.
But
and I don't know why I get such a sick satisfaction from it.
Because I go out to relax.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's
To
great.
not worry about processing fees or if I gave an extra $1 to somebody.
We got Facebook messages coming in again. The Pew Research Institute discovered earlier this month 1 in 5 Americans say they don't always tip after a meal at a sit-down restaurant. That's about 40 million American adults.
Yeah.
Of the folks that do always tip when they sit down, the majority of Americans, almost 6 in 10, say they tip 15% or less.
Shouldn't the Pew Research Center do a research on a better name than the Pew Research Center?
Tell you what, I will submit that in their questions and comments section. Rich rates us on Facebook. Everything costs more, and I still have to tip what I used to. I'm not doing it. If you want,
Okay.
He goes on.
How was your phone?
If you want me in the restaurant with higher prices, well, don't expect me to leave extra money on top of the already inflated prices. But, like, that's the problem. Because you're paying more, so is the waiter and waitress for the other things they buy.
Right.
It's not like the waiter and waitress set the price on the menu.
Yeah,
And they're getting the shaft for the same issues you have at other places.
true. I know.
What do you do? Look, it should be a national law that you have to tip 18% minimum at every restaurant you go to for the rest of your life. Like, I hate people telling us what to do. But if New York...
So you just build it into the bill.
If New York State tomorrow said every sit-down restaurant will have a mandatory 18% fee for the waiter, waitress, staff, whatever built in, I would vote for that immediately.
All right.
Go for it.
There you go.
Just to piss off guys like Jared. It's not posted. Oh, there it is. Okay. Still don't like it. You know, as we talk about money, Tommy,
Yeah.
you need money.
Yeah.
You want to keep your money, and maybe that's the reason so many people are going all chintz tip-wise. But that money you save, it's going to get blown other places.
Sure.
Because, like, Valentine's Day is right around the corner.
And that's a big one.
It is. But Valentine's Day is tough for guys because it's always hard to know what your wife wants. There's the standards, but is that creative enough? Right? We have a list in front of us of what women want for Valentine's Day. Straight up skis, legit.
Okay.
And I don't know when things changed. But,
why is it getting a little unrealistic?
It's not that it's too expensive, although this stuff is expensive.
Yeah.
It's that you seem like you'd be playing with your life, getting your wife something like this on Valentine's Day.
How dangerous is this crap?
We'll get into it next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Don't look now, gentlemen.
Yeah, what's happening?
We are less than 3 weeks away from Valentine's Day.
Oh, boy.
I know. Valentine's Day is complicated because it's hard to know how much you're supposed to do, right? Like, is flowers enough? Do we have to go out to dinner? Is a gift mandatory? And if you're going to go the gift route, even that has gotten a little dicey this year based on what women say they want.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. You should head to the contest page right now at WCMF.com.
What can I get?
Well, you can enter for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to see Get the Let Out, a celebration of the mighty Zepp, coming to the Kodak Center Friday, February 2nd. Tickets are on sale right now at Ticketmaster.com. This is either going to get you big time laid or piss off your wife or girlfriend to no end.
All right. What's the tipperoo?
So there are several articles that have come out the last 2 weeks that are talking about what women want for Valentine's Day this year. And in these articles, the same thing keeps showing up. Stuff for the kitchen. Specifically,
Like high-end...
high-end cookware
Okay.
and like machines. So, Tommy, are you familiar with a company called Le Creuset?
Yeah.
Kimmy, are you?
Yes.
The pots and pans.
You got it. For those,
high-end pans.
Yeah, for those who don't know, super high-end pots and pans. Like, you look at the price and like, you got to be effing kidding me. Apparently, the ladies are all about these things.
Okay.
And although they are very expensive, they are running a sale right now online if you want to pounce. And there are the women they talk to in these articles, there are lots of things. The women they interviewed say they want past the Le Creuset stuff, like bread makers, crock pots, serving trays, charcuterie boards, and all of them priced to move.
Okay.
That is, if for Valentine's Day, you want to get your lady a gift that says, hey, get in the kitchen and make me something.
So is that going to get you laid? A pot? A cutting board?
It's just a piece of wood, by the way.
Well, they don't be a piece of wood.
You spent $90 on a $4 piece of wood.
Maybe it's about the presentation of these things. Because if, let's say you got her the nice charcuterie board.
Okay.
What if you, like, made up a charcuterie board and had, like, made a, wine or champagne and had, like, a night with the charcuterie.
Do you want your wife full of salami and cheese before you head into the boudoir?
But I
she'll
guess
be full of
like
salami at
if
some
you were the
point.
one maybe doing the cooking or preparing, that you could add to the gift.
Okay, but see, when that's all said and done, and I wash the charcuterie board or the crock pot or the Le Creuset
You'd have
Dutch
to know
oven.
if this is something that your wife wants.
Okay.
You'd have to have heard her talking about it. I wouldn't just get it without any discussion.
Even if this is something your wife has talked about or even said something that she wants.
Yeah.
I thought men made the decision long ago to never again get domestic tools for our wives as gifts for
That was day
birthdays.
one, yeah.
Thank you, right? Birthdays, Christmas, anniversary,
Yeah,
Valentine's
you just
Day.
don't do it.
Well, maybe especially Valentine's Day, only because it's supposed to specifically be a romantic holiday.
Because the message you are giving, at least it can be interpreted this way, if you give these things, is I would like you to cook for me more, please.
Yeah.
Right? Like, what's the difference between getting something like this or a vacuum cleaner or a
It's the
rug
same
shampoo?
thing.
Or
It's
really anything
appliance.
useful. Anything that's, it's just a day-to-day thing. Something that you wouldn't look at as necessarily special. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because I don't look at, I know these like crock pots and things are expensive and they're name brand things, but I don't look at it as like you said, it's not a special thing. It's just going to sit on the stove or
It's
in
a gift you
cupboard.
could get anybody.
Well, I don't know. I don't want a Le Creuset Dutch oven. What am I going to do with that?
Well, but I mean,
Fun fact, I didn't know a Dutch oven was an actual thing. I thought that was only when you farted and pulled the cover over somebody's head.
Oh, I thought it was a sex move, but okay.
no, but you could, let's say, like, these are things that you would get somebody for, like, a wedding shower.
Yeah.
Or, like, to your point, like a Christmas gift,
register.
something like
I
that.
wouldn't even do it for Christmas.
Yeah.
I'm afraid I'm no chance.
No, I'm saying you could get it for your mom.
Oh,
or,
yes,
you could
yeah,
get
yeah,
it.
yeah.
You could get it for anybody.
Sure.
Not just a significant other.
Because like anytime you get your wife, your girlfriend, something, a domestic tool, it's like, hey, baby, here's a little something to make the stuff I expect you to do for me and the
Right.
family a little easier.
I mean, it has to be feminine and, romantic. That's basically, it has to check out those two boxes.
So it's funny you say that. That
Yeah.
Le Creuset company,
Yeah.
they're good. Because you can buy pots and pans for Valentine's Day shaped like hearts.
Okay.
They're red and they're pink and they're white and they're shaped
So
like
they're
All right.
hearts.
But
Valentine's
that's-
themed.
But what are you going to, on a Tuesday night in June, breaking out the heart pot,
I'm with you.
Only time you'll use it, probably.
No, but it's
making
like
chicken chili?
But it's like they're trying to trick men into
Yeah.
buying
Yeah.
it. Like, because
Hey,
like you
idiot.
said, oh,
Romance.
it's romantic. It's got
It's
a
a
heart
heart.
Dutch oven. Let's do it that way. Like, these are the stupid mistakes
Yeah.
our fathers made. But, look, If this is something your lady wants, are you willing to roll the dice on them? 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Because there's more potential problems in spending a lot of money on high-end luxury cookware for Valentine's Day. Let's say she wants it.
Yeah.
Right? Okay. And I go out and I get it, and I drop $100, $200, $300 on some pots and pans. If she doesn't use them, you're going to be pissed.
Well, that's what I'm thinking. Like, let's say,
Oh, like so you're gonna be angry about it.
well, let's say your wife's that good of a cook, right? She's a base cooker, cooks for the kids, but she ain't no fancy chef, right?
Sure, yeah.
Why am I dropping $400 on a pot for you to do what with it?
Would you say that to her face?
No. No. But to your point, if you ain't some fancy cook where you're like really
You have to be a certain level of cook.
stretching the
I don't know if
boundaries
this is
of
the argument you
culinary
wanna make.
dinners here, but if we're just sitting down, to stovetop stuffing and, chicken, why am I dropping $400 on a pot that's over your head?
Well, I guess the argument would be made if I had nicer things, I'd be able to do more impressive presentations.
But that's not how things work, man. Get the talent, then you get the utensil.
What? Okay, Okay, look, I'm kind of with you.
I ain't spending.
But I'm not dying
Yeah,
on
but
that
think
hill.
of other things though you could spend money on that maybe she would never use. Like let's say there was like a new hobby she wanted to pursue
Okay.
or so. I mean, there are a lot of things that to your point, like you may drop a lot of bank on that never get used.
No, but I'd still be pissed about that. Like, for example, if we use Kimmy like a standard thing, if I spent a fortune on a piece of jewelry that she said she wanted and she never wore it, you'd have a right
why did
to
we
be
do
upset.
this?
Yes. Like, think of all the money. But if I were to say, hey, how come you never wear your necklace? That comes off different than, hey, how come you never cook?
Yes.
Because that's
oh,
what
you're
you'd be-
cooking. This pot's way over your head, baby.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. There's a bunch of articles with Valentine's Day less than 3 weeks away. What women say they want for Valentine's Day, and the same things keep showing up. Bread makers, crock pots, serving trays,
Bread
charcuterie
maker.
board. Specifically, this company, Le Creuset. They make high-end pots and pans that women have fallen in love with. They even have heart-shaped ones. But never will I ever buy a domestic tool for my wife for any important holiday or anniversary. Let's talk to JP. Hey, JP. What's up, buddy?
Hey, good morning, guys.
Yo.
So my girl and I really enjoy cooking together. So, like, that's one of the things where I will always get her, like, kitchen stuff. I mean, I'll do other stuff, too. But, like, she wanted a charcuterie board for Christmas last year, and she got it. And she loves, like, bringing it out and showing it off when she has company over.
Okay, but you brought up something interesting. It wasn't enough just to get the charcuterie board. Like, that's a gift included with other gifts?
Yeah, I'll usually get her something else, too, just to be like, it's not all about this.
But see, that
So,
sucks.
he's one of these fake showy couples.
What are you talking about?
Yeah,
what
we
did he
do
do?
everything.
What did JP do?
We do everything together, man. We have his and her toilets, man. We have love toilets.
We just joined a co-ed pickleball
Yeah,
league.
yeah, he's that guy,
Oh,
man.
God,
Shut up.
no.
Well, no. What I'm getting at is, JP, here's what's not fair to us, man.
What's that?
Right? Because, look, I was always under the assumption that flowers or candy or going out to dinner, like one or the
A
other,
luxury.
was enough for Valentine's Day. But, JP, to get her what she wants, you also, knowing to keep the trap at bay, you have to get her something on top of that that's also romantic.
Well, yeah. I'm not saying it doesn't suck. I'm just saying she actually does like some of this stuff.
Okay, all right. JP, the day you can buy it on its own and not be
A
scared.
standalone gift.
Yes, that's the day where it's a legitimate gift, JP.
That's a good call.
We got to bond together as men. We got to fight.
So I got a question about that.
Sure.
Why is it okay for us to get tools?
Because you're a tool.
JP, I'll tell you why.
Because men are
Fair point.
dumb.
Here's why. It's not because men are dumb, although
we're
we are
dumb.
dumb. We are dumb people, but that's not why here.
We're not romantic. We don't want anything nice.
JP, the reason it's okay for us to get tools is because none of our wives or girlfriends are good at getting us anything that we actually want that's fun. Tell me where the lie is. Okay, thank you. Look, have you ever opened up a gift from your wife or your girlfriend at any point in your life and been like, this is super cool, exactly what I wanted, and not functional in any way? It has never happened in a marriage ever.
I've got some stuff that came close.
Yeah, like what?
So I work part-time as a bartender, and I really enjoy doing, like, cocktails and stuff, so Tommy kind of nailed that. But, yeah, I got a cocktail shaker and, like, bar sets.
But that's functional. You do it for a living, JP.
That's fair.
JP, I got to take some more calls, but thank you for the call, buddy. Enjoy your cooking with your lady for Valentine's Day.
All right. Have a good one, guys.
There you go. Look, man, I understand that the gifts are not fair man to woman.
Yeah, it never was.
And here's the thing. I'm past it. I'm not going to complain about it. It's fine. I just don't want to get caught in the mouth of the bear when I show up with something she says she wants. And
yeah, you're going to come up short.
Or, even worse, if she tries to do something with, like, these new pots and pans and she ruins it because she doesn't know what she's doing, that's my fault, too. You got me to touch oven, and I ruined it because you thought I could do it, but I can't.
Your wife does not talk like that.
So when she gets upset, she does.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
She's not listening right now.
Don't tell her I said that. Everyone will be cool. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Donnie. Hey, Donnie. What's up, bud?
Hey, you got to turn around and be romantic about it. You got to take her to dinner, get a couple's massage, day at the spa, and then things will happen.
Okay. Now, Donnie, I have to respect.
Couples massage.
Well, okay, let's go down that road because you hate that. You despise the couples massage.
It's the most awkward, uncomfortable thing I've ever done. It is creepy.
Now, how's that uncomfortable if you got another girl massaging you in front of your wife?
Well, because your wife's right there.
Yeah, and the way you say it, even now it's even worse.
I got to say, Donnie, if you are able to be romantic with that voice, you're the most talented man on the planet.
I'll see what I can't do with that.
I just want to tell you how much I love you so much. Your face is so pretty.
It was the most money I ever spent to be that uncomfortable.
I'm with you, man. My
wife,
wife
was the worst.
We did it one time, and the 45 minutes I was in there, I hated every second of it. Every second of it.
I'm going to love it.
Have you done it before?
And I've got the petty Manny. Massage is next.
Was that your idea or her idea?
That was her idea.
Okay, so for those who don't know, mani-pedi is a manicure pedicure, Kimmy?
Yes.
So they were working on your fingernails and your toenails.
Absolutely. And I go probably every couple months now.
What do you do for a living?
Construction.
Damn.
Do the boys at work know you go for mani-pedis?
Yes and no.
That's a hard
You got to do it. You know what? You got to do it.
I need my
It's about
husband to
them.
talk to Donnie because my husband needs a pedicure in the worst way.
Hey, I'm here to sign up for my pedicure.
Nothing like it.
I have an appointment for my finger and toenails, please.
So gross, man.
No, you're not gross if you get it done.
No, but the person that has to do it,
that
man.
poor woman.
Oh, God.
And don't worry about the money because anything with tits and tires costs you money anyhow.
All right, Donnie.
We're doing so good.
Thanks for the call, Donnie.
Can you imagine touching that dude's back? His hairy, mold-infested back.
Is Donnie a real person?
I love Donnie. I want to hang out
I loved
with
it when he
Donnie.
coached LSU. What is it, Ed Erdogan?
Ed Orgeron.
Whatever his name is. It sounded like that. He sounds like if my rectum could talk. That's what would come out.
All right, so gentlemen, less than 3 weeks from Valentine's
Good
Day.
luck.
By the way, if you're looking to do a reservation or do the dinner thing, you got to move now. And
Oh,
it may
yeah,
even
today.
It may even be too late.
Yeah.
Right? So get on it. Here's your friendly reminder from the break room. And if you buy your wife something domestically functional, we warned you. We warned you. You know, we talked to, JP said, you know, there are sometimes guys who get cool non-functional things, and then he couldn't name a single thing.
Yeah.
And that's why we have to buy things for ourselves. What's interesting, though, is, one, this many men wanted this, and I'm assuming it's all men because women are not stupid enough to put this in their house. And two, that this store was the one that was selling it.
Oh, okay.
We're going to tell you what unbelievably pointless items sold out in minutes once the internet found out this place was selling it.
Damn.
And it seems that they've changed their business model from we'll sell you things to fix your house to, oh, stupid dads will buy this now.
Okay.
Next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. There are two questions we need to ask with the information we have in front of us. One, why does anybody need this now? Two, why is this the place that's trying to sell it to us?
Oh, I can't wait to hear.
You're hanging out in the break room. It's just Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF just after 9 o'clock based on an interaction that Kimmy had with a gentleman last weekend.
Yeah.
I think it's now fair to ask, have men, young men, lost the ability to pick up women face to face?
Which is bad.
Well, but here's the thing.
That's a bad sign for America.
But here's the thing. Like Gen Z and millennials, younger millennials, maybe haven't had to pick up people face to face. They've had those apps the whole time.
Which is making us, this is bad.
Oh, yeah, like you knew what you were doing. I watched you try.
I had game. Tommy Game right here.
Tommy Game.
Game's A.
We'll get to it just after 9 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Home Depot is selling a replica of Mel Gibson's sword from Braveheart.
Wait, the sword?
Yes.
What do you do with that?
So that's question number one.
Okay.
But let's walk through a couple of
It's
things
not even
here.
like an antique.
No. It's not the actual sword.
Right. It's just a...
It's a reproduced replica of the sword from Braveheart.
Right.
So a couple of things we need to walk through here. One, Home Depot is not a place you'd think you'd pick up a movie prop replica from Braveheart, right?
No.
Like, what is the point of Home Depot selling it?
Yeah, because it's not functional, right?
Not at all.
It's not, there's no,
Yeah.
other than displaying it.
You don't live in Scotland and England's not invaded, so like you're not gonna do anything with that. Two. What could anyone need a replica of the Braveheart sword for? Because it's not like the movie came out last year and
Yeah, it's
everyone's like,
old.
yeah, hey, it's a 25-year-old movie.
Easily.
Right? So like now all of a sudden you're like, oh, you know what I've been waiting for this entire time? The replica of the sword from Braveheart.
Is it an anniversary of the movie? Like a special anniversary?
Doesn't say it in the story.
You know, like new
Sounds
release?
like... So somewhere, people have been looking for this stuff. And Home Depot picked up on it going, hey, there's a market for this.
You might be right, because the weirdest part of this story, it's not that Home Depot is selling the sword for Braveheart. That's a really weird thing.
Yeah.
But the weirdest part is, when it went viral that they were selling this sword online, they sold out completely.
Wow.
That many people wanted to spend $58 on a replica sword from Braveheart from the Home Depot.
To hang in your man cave or in your garage. Because that's the only two places your wife will allow that.
Okay, this is single guys, and this is men shirtless when no one's around playing Braveheart in their living room.
Would you? And you'd have to be over a certain age too to even see the significance in that sword.
I mean, I don't know. My daughter
know
loves
what
Indiana
Braveheart is?
Jones. Maybe people go back and find
Okay.
it. I mean, we live in a streaming world.
You're
Kimmy.
right. You're right.
Everything about this story confuses me,
It's sad.
right?
It's not even a cool sword.
It is a pretty cool sword.
It's a mass-produced...
Big ass sword.
But you'd have
It
to
has
tell
no
people.
history to it.
Okay, like you're gonna talk about the history.
Like,
of
if
the
you had a
sword.
sword where you could tell me something about it.
This was in Braveheart.
Ish.
Ish.
Yeah, we're not really. It wasn't
But yeah, because I wouldn't. If I saw that sword, I wouldn't know right away what it was from.
Yeah.
You'd have to go explain it to
I'd
people.
lie.
Yeah.
I might get it and lie.
That
Like,
it
tell
was-
people, like, yeah, this is like... I went over, like, Thailand and researched this stuff and had to go up to some mountain and trade for it.
Well, it's weird.
You don't
that-
see my other kid around anymore, do you?
It's weird you went to Thailand for a Scottish sword.
Well, I always think of, like, Asia with them things.
Yeah, no, there were swords everywhere.
No, I wouldn't even say it's Scottish.
It looks like a Scottish sword. It's a
Right.
straight one, not
What
like
does it
this.
say? Scotland rules, man. On the blade. Oh, yeah, that's what they used to do.
So I think we should come to a specific conclusion here.
It
with
was.
this
I bet
story.
it's sad.
Again, Home Depot was selling a replica of Mel Gibson's sword from Braveheart. They're no longer selling it because it sold out immediately when the story went viral and people bought it out. Is Home Depot now just selling all the stupid things they know men will buy while they're in
Why
Home
not?
Depot?
You got them in there. You might as well pull the trigger.
But is that an impulse buy for men?
Well,
Well,
let me ask
how
you-
much
How much? Do we know how much it was?
it was only $58.
Okay,
Which
so
is
I
like the
guess-
perfect amount of money to piss away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right? If you said $200, you'd have to explain that to your wife. You could hide under $100.
Well, no, but here's the thing. I think that the impulse buy for men of a certain age, the ones you see at Home Depot, is way higher than $58.
Oh, really?
Because the argument that Home Depot is now just selling every stupid thing dads will impulse buy, a number one example is the 12-foot skeleton from Halloween.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Because that thing was like what, like $200-$300?
Yep.
And they sold out of those immediately.
Yeah.
And you can't tell me a guy went into Home Depot, went home, sat at the kitchen table, and had a "Do we have the economy in our budget to afford a 12-foot skeleton?" discussion.
Yeah, true.
That's an immediate buy, deal with it later purchase.
Mm-hmm.
And like the Christmas decorations when you walk through Home Depot are ridiculous and stupid, and
They just keep getting bigger,
and they're
bigger
all-
and flashier.
Kimmy, they're all dad magnets. You see dad standing around like pushing on the blow up
Yeah.
stuff and like lifting up the little train.
Yeah, because they always put all, like, come spring, the first thing Home Depot will do is put all the gas grills out front.
Okay.
And they range from busted to like 17 burner,
Yeah.
Super Chef and the smokers. And they line them up just like that. And they're right outside of the store, and they're all shiny.
Mm-hmm.
And the other thing that they do are fire pits. Those gas fire pits you can buy. Because you could buy like the low end one, and you could buy the big ones that have like cut glass in it. And like
Sure.
they have like designs and stuff.
Yeah.
And they're always at a price point where you stop and think about it.
That's a great deal.
Which is rough because, Kimmy, I know this idiot who spent all this money on this really nice looking fire
Yeah.
pit,
Yeah.
and he can't get the damn thing to work ever.
Ridiculous, right?
What a
What a
dummy.
chump.
What an idiot.
But that's a guy thing. Like no woman ever went to a Home Depot and go, we need a fire pit.
No, you're right. Bro, here's how stupid I am. You know I'm not even an outdoorsy person. They put
Yeah.
the sheds out there fully built in the same way.
Oh, yeah.
I look at those.
What could I put in here?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
have nothing to put. I start thinking about things I could get to put in the
Because it looks
shed.
like a clubhouse.
It looks like a clubhouse.
It's got a window. It's got a roof.
Like, could my buddies come over here and
Yeah.
drink beer? We can drink beer at my shed clubhouse? 252 WCMF 252-9260. So with that, it feels like Home Depot is moving away from the let's sell home improvement
Mm-hmm.
game and moving more towards the, hey, dads are stupid enough to spend a bunch of money on this.
So they should put like model cars you can make, electric trains, slot car sets. They would make a fortune on that stuff.
They may already sell it. Can you go to Home
I've
Depot's
never
website?
seen any of that when I go.
Search
Well, Home
slot
Depot
car
has
set.
a wide range of stuff on their website that
Oh.
I don't know how much of it they carry in store.
But think if you had like a train set setup that's running, a slot car set that you could play with while you're in Home Depot, you would sell a ton of that crap.
You're right, man. Are we talking a train set like a little one or one I can sit in?
Both.
Because you know what I could do.
H.O. to you fat ass.
We'll get our clubhouse, and then we'll buy the rideable train and we'll put it around our clubhouse.
Yeah.
Or we put the train at the front of the backyard door and we could ride the train out to the clubhouse.
So you ever look at those sheds that they have there?
Yeah.
So they have one that has a porch.
On the shed.
On the shed has a porch.
Oh.
Genius.
Why do
But
I need
weren't people buying those and turning them into actual like tiny homes?
No, but they're so tiny. You couldn't live in that.
No, but you could sit out there and, smoke your cigar after a long day of cutting and weeding. You sit out there on your porch like it's a Yellowstone ranch and have a beer and check out your acreage.
Is that more for a she shed, though? Maybe
I
that's
don't
aimed at
know.
women.
Well, they do also cater to women there, yeah.
Home Depot?
Oh, yeah.
Well, like when you wear those shoes in, they do.
No, but they sell Tampax and all that stuff there now.
Yeah,
They do.
They sell Tampax inside Home Depot.
Yes.
Yeah.
They sell feminine hygiene products there in bulk.
How many tampons does one woman need?
All of them. It depends. If you have a heavy flow lady,
Worst Santana song ever.
got a heavy flow lady.
Sorry, I screwed it
She's
up.
gonna clog that toilet on me. I'm out in my porch.
All right, so if you are looking
Yeah.
for the replica Braveheart sword, at
You
the,
gotta be an ass, man. To have that in your cart, walk around getting other things,
I got my Pine Sol, jug of Pine Sol,
light bulbs.
yeah, and a $58 replica sword for Braveheart. Just wait, and hopefully it'll be back soon
All
on the
right.
Home Depot website. All right, let's take a break. We might have a problem.
What happened?
Tommy, when we were meeting women, when you were a kid, when
Coming
I
up
was a
in the
kid,
dating game, yeah.
Yeah. The only way you were going to meet a woman was to walk up to her face to face and start a
But
conversation.
you had to earn it. You
You did.
earned every inch of that.
And it was
lady.
hard, and it was
You did.
hard, and it was uncomfortable, and no guy liked doing it.
No.
Even if you thought you were good at it, you weren't. But technology changed that. And based on an interaction that Kimmy had last weekend,
Yeah.
it's very possible that men today,
Yeah.
younger millennials and Gen Z, don't have the capability to pick up women face to face.
This is bad.
But it wouldn't be their fault.
I know, but it's still bad for the country.
Why? What?
Who would they be getting advice from?
Ooh, that's a great question.
Because I was wondering that. That was the first thing that came to my head in this situation.
We'll tell you the story of the one time ever someone tried to pick up Kimmy next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Oh, boy.
What happened?
Well, there was a time.
What's that time?
Thank you. There's been a lot of times today.
Yeah.
If you wanted to meet a woman, it was almost always a face-to-face interaction. Like outside of the rare blind date,
Yeah.
to have a romantic connection, you had to walk over to her. You had to strike up a conversation. You had to get her interested. And that's not the case anymore with dating apps and sites that'll connect you with someone. And although meeting women the traditional way was never easy, we have a story that may indicate that younger guys are now falling on their faces hard trying to make an old school romantic connection.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room on just Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. Let's say you want to relax this weekend, not think about romance or anything else. You want to watch some football.
What do I do?
Well, you head out to the Bill Gray's Tap Room in Chili.
Well, that's our number one joint.
Bro, the Bills ain't playing, but we'll be watching the AFC Championship game and watch Lamar Jackson destroy that Chiefs defense.
Okay.
And Patrick Mahomes trying to come up with an excuse about what things didn't go okay for me. Come hang out with me. 3 heads on tap. Delicious burgers, fries, dogs. They got ice cream, too.
I understand.
No big deal. I'll see you Sunday, 3 o'clock for the AFC Championship game at the Bill Gray's Tap Room in Chili with your friends from 96.5 WCMF. So, Kimmy, you were hanging out at a bar without your husband last weekend, which is suspicious on its own.
Not really.
But you said that you had an interaction with a gentleman at this bar.
Yeah, it was a little strange.
What
So I
happened?
noticed a kid, I would put him about his mid-20s. He's kind of standing off on his own and this is a busy place.
Okay.
Standing off on his own with a beer in the corner, kind of just surveying the room.
Gotcha.
There was a game on. Everybody kind of was paying attention to the game at the time, and he just kind of seemed like he was there on his own, which wouldn't be as weird if he was like sitting at the bar, but it really stood
Standing
out to
up
me
would
that
be
he
a
was
little
standing
awkward.
up. Yeah.
Yeah.
So my girlfriend got up. She was gonna go get a drink, go to the bathroom. So I was just sitting there, and I can see him making eye contact with me, and I'm like, oh no.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh, yeah.
So he walks over to the table and he's trying to talk about the game that's on TV, but he goes, "Well, I don't really watch sports. I just bet on them." Okay, cool, man. Like I don't know like what he's trying to do here. If he's just looking for somebody to talk to, somebody to hang with, what the deal is. So he's trying to make small conversation with me. He's like, I just came for a beer and then I'm gonna head out. All right. He goes, "So before we get started here,
Oh!
are you single?" And
Before we get started?
And I quote, "So, before we get started here, are you single?"
Oh, my God.
And I'm like, "Oh, no, I'm married. I'm sorry." He's like, "Okay." And then he tries to like slowly back out of it.
Right.
He pulls the move.
Gotcha.
And whatever, it's understandable. But then I notice he goes back into the corner and there is another woman sitting at a table who I know was at some point with her boyfriend, husband, whoever, because he had gotten up to go do something. He walked over to that table and I could tell he was trying to pull the same move.
Oh. So, Tommy, Kimmy is telling me this story off air the other day, and my skin is crawling.
Yeah, that one's really bad.
It was.
You forgot to mention.
What?
He had a pitcher of beer in his hand while he was doing
A
this
pitcher of beer?
No, he had a glass of beer.
Oh, I thought you said he had a big ass thing of beer. Anyway,
Did I
you were
say
saying,
a
I'm
pitcher?
sorry.
I didn't mean a pitcher. He was walking around with a beer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's sad.
So this,
I cringe.
so this man is walking from table to table, speaking to women alone, trying to start a conversation. Yeah.
And it was just uncomfortable because you could tell he was uncomfortable.
Okay.
It felt very formal in a way. Like I was having a conversation with a coworker.
And you said this guy was in his mid-20s.
I would put him in his mid-20s tops.
All right. So here's the question we're going to ask right off the bat.
Okay.
And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Ladies, we might need you as much as we need you gentlemen right now. Have dating apps killed men's ability to pick up women face-to-face? Because, Tommy, here's the thing.
Yeah.
Picking up women was never easy.
Right.
And you struck out way more than you connected with somebody. But all of those swings and misses that we had during our lives did give us some sort of idea of what women wanted to hear and what vibes we had to put out without sounding creepy.
Yeah.
Right? Mm-hmm. It sounds like this guy never got the memo.
Yeah.
And it's possible that he's just a giant creep.
Mm-hmm.
It's also possible that because he's in his mid-20s, a Gen Z or young millennial, he never had to do it.
He doesn't know how to do it.
Because, like, those kids have always had access to dating apps, right?
Yeah. They don't know how to interact socially.
Exactly. So have these dating apps killed men's ability to pick up women in a bar, in a restaurant, walking down the street? 252 WCMF.
You would think it would have some effect.
But
You know
that's
what I mean?
bad.
On your social. Yeah, it's really bad. Like, one of the greatest things about dating as a young man in the 70s and 80s was my ability to lie
Yeah,
in real time.
sure.
Like to make things up on the fly and do it just as I'm talking.
Mm-hmm.
Like it was like an improv class on how to like get out of things and get into things quickly.
Which is amazing because you've heard him try and do improv on the air and you're terrible at it.
I know, but man, I've lost my touch.
Yeah, that's had to be what it is. No, you're right. You're 100% right. Like every no was a lesson. And
Yeah.
every discussion you had, you learned how to read people.
Well, that didn't work.
And you use your imagination. You had to be creative.
No, but I mean, Kimmy, he's right. Like you had to do that as a man to figure out what women wanted to hear and continue the conversation on.
Right.
And it's
Well, I
not,
think it just I also think confidence in general helps going into that situation because you can make it a little less awkward for everybody.
but here's the kid. In the defense of this creep, weird ass kid, if he's never done this before or does it very rare, why would he have confidence in that situation?
True.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. But he even had bad lines, man.
Before we get this thing started.
Before we get started.
Wow! It makes it sound like, well, look, we're going to have sex.
Yeah,
so.
I'm in control of the situation here, so I'm going to decide for us.
All right, 252 WCMF, 252-9263. The ladies have shown up.
All right, let's be cool.
Why would you not be cool?
No,
here?
with the booby talk.
No,
and
the booby talk.
The muff and everything else.
Again, a dude tried to pick up Kimmy at a bar while she was out with her friend last weekend. Walks
And
up
every
to
other
her.
woman in the bar.
He's there by himself, walks up to Kimmy, tries to strike up a conversation, and says, and I quote, well, before we get this thing started, are you single? Which I would understand why he would assume Kimmy was single.
It was all. You know what else was weird about this situation?
He hit on you?
Well, he was a 20-something in this bar, and this bar I wouldn't. It was like an older crowd,
Okay.
you know?
Well, you
like I
were
wouldn't
there.
even think this was a place somebody in their 20s would go to look for a single person.
Maybe he's got an old lady fetish. That actually makes perfect sense now.
Bro,
Maybe.
you know they're out there. They're looking for mommies.
Kimmy's going to be his
Okay.
mommy. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Anna. Hey, Anna, how's it going?
It's going good.
What do you got?
How are you all?
Good.
Great listening to you. I just wanted to say that dude's probably a serial killer looking for his next victim.
Probably that, Anna.
We're watching a lot of Netflix, huh?
Hey,
Well,
Anna,
you never know.
Anna, let me ask you a question. Are you married? You single? What's your sitch?
Single.
Single right now. So you're out.
What?
You're out meeting guys right now, or actively? Are you hoping men approach you? Like, what's the situation?
Oh, hell no.
So you
No, they're all creepy.
So you don't date anybody?
My shower head.
Anna, look, woman knows what she wants, and I can respect
All
her.
right.
Being honest.
Anna, if a man were to approach you, what could make you feel at ease and comfortable in the first 30 seconds? Like, what do you need to see or hear from that man?
Anything but what he said to Kimmy.
Okay, well, no, not anything. If I looked at you and I was like,
Well,
let's
like,
bang.
you know,
Yeah.
Well, nice shoes. Want to,
Okay.
like
Would you
old
want a
school.
compliment, something like that?
A compliment?
Yeah.
Yeah, you heard of him?
Hey, beautiful.
Okay, all right.
Hey,
not
beautiful gets the
creepy,
job
like-
done with Anna.
Well, she's from the 1950s.
Yes.
Watching all the Annas go by.
Hey, 50s.
All right, and I'm going to let you go. Thanks for the call. Go enjoy the shower head.
I still think he was a serial killer.
All right, well, let's hope you're wrong. I hope you're wrong. Thank you for the call. Have a good rest of the day. You're right. That's a Netflix call.
Yeah.
Okay. So then how do you approach a woman at a bar now, 2024? A thing that is not as common as it was. Maybe not. I can't remember the last time I saw a guy try and walk up and pick up a woman.
Well, one of the problems is with Google, you have to watch how you lie. Because everything is now searchable.
Yes.
So, like, before you could make up stuff and make yourself seem big time.
Okay.
You can't do that anymore. So you kind of got your wings clipped a little bit there.
Okay, but like your argument is I don't get to be a fraud.
Right. But that's what going out is. It's completely dishonest. It's
I've met people and dated people that didn't lie to me about their entire life up front.
But why would you waste I would wake up when I go out and it's going to be a complete sham.
Okay, no, I know. I'm talking even before you get to the sham. I'm talking the approach to the
Yeah,
woman.
All right,
just like
what I'm gonna
starting
say.
a conversation.
I
you
would
know,
make it about
and
her. You'd have to make it about her.
But like, how do you compliment a woman like that without sounding like a creep? Because, hey, beautiful. Ooh, oh my God, those legs called for me from across the room.
You would have to.
Those eyes.
I guess get her to talk about herself.
Okay.
Like ask her about things that she does, what she's interested.
Hey, dummy, what you do?
You into penis?
So the other thing that this kid didn't have working for him, to your point about lying,
What?
the first thing he brought up was the game that was on TV, but then proceeded to ask me about the game, but then say, "Well, I don't know. I don't even know anything about this."
Okay, that's weird.
Like, okay, so we didn't even start a regular conversation here.
Always have an answer.
Yeah.
Don't say I don't know.
I don't know.
Make
Or I don't
that
like
up.
it. I don't. I'm not into it.
Always, but that's part of the confidence of what she's talking about. If you sound like I don't know, you're not a very
if you
confident person.
but you started a conversation about something you didn't want to have a conversation
right, so you
about.
got to have an answer, and it's got to
Yeah.
be short and precise.
No, that I get. What you're saying is true. What you're doing is what you do on the show every day, where you give an answer that's incorrect and you sound like an idiot. Like when you walk away from
But
those
you
women,
got to sell it, baby.
you can't sell something that's wrong if it's obviously
Yes,
wrong.
you can. Politicians do it every day.
Really? There ain't no cheese in China? You
Right.
been selling that for
They're
8
right.
months? There ain't no cheese in China.
What
There
a
ain't no...
dance to do.
252 WCMF. Okay. We talked to some lady. Z.
Yeah.
Well, now here come the gentlemen.
Yeah.
They're going to tell
Here
us how to
come the
pick up
apes.
women. Well, no. Well, Tommy, some of these guys could be really smooth
Oh,
operators.
yeah, we got one smooth.
Let's talk to Steven. Hey, Steven. What's up, buddy?
Not much. How you guys doing?
Good. What do you got?
Well, I was thinking, you're talking about the dating app. I absolutely think that it has killed modern dating because you think about it, you can sit behind a computer screen and get so much certain interaction than you really would in person. Like, I'm an old school type of kid who likes to meet people and talk to them in person instead of staring at a screen the whole time.
All right. So, Steven, let me get some details about you, if you don't mind.
Yeah,
How old are you?
I'm 20.
Are you 20 years old? On a scale of 1 to 10 handsome, you would give yourself a...
I'd probably say maybe 6.
So you're a 4. So you're a 4 then. Okay, all right. So that's okay. So, Steven, when you walk up, when you approach a woman out, try and pick them up, what do you say your batting average is for getting a phone number or some kind of communication?
Probably about a .99.
Okay, so less than 1 in 10.
Yeah.
Okay. So, Steven, listen. I feel your pain, buddy, because Tommy and I have been there. Every man has.
It's tough out there.
Right, but like to call a radio show and be like, I'm an old school guy who likes doing things, and our society doesn't know how to talk
hop
to women.
on the app, Steven.
Yeah, like you're
I
gonna
don't know what you're missing out.
You're less than 100, man. Like you're going back down to the minors tomorrow. Why would you not jump on the app?
Why not? You could do it. I mean, you could meet people in person and on the apps. Like, why not increase your chances of meeting somebody if you can?
No, that's a good point. It's just the type of deal, like I like talking to people in person because sometimes on the dating apps you can run into a lot of fake account bots that just try to get money from you.
I don't know what app that is.
Unlike that girl that's just straight up trying to get money out of you. Hey, are you shooting over your head, though, too much?
Sometimes, probably. You never know.
Hey, man,
Keep reaching for those stars, buddy.
The worst they can say is no. All right, Steven, let me ask you this. Let's pretend I'm a pretty girl, all right?
Okay.
And I'm hanging out where you hang out, and I'm sitting at the bar. Approach me. Well, you walk up to me, and you want to get my attention. You want to start a conversation. You would start with what, Steven?
I would usually start with, hey, how you doing, and then just try to do small talk and figure out, like, if we have any similarities, like, in
I just maced you. I just sprayed mace in your face as this woman. Come on, Steven. You got to be a little smoother than that, buddy. Hey, what's your name? Do you like pickleball? Like, that doesn't work.
No.
Oh, I know. It's a workaround type deal. You got to feel it around the situation, if you know what I'm trying to say.
I don't, but we're going to leave it at that.
Right.
Before we get started here.
Steven, great call, buddy. Hey, good luck. Keep fighting the good fight, okay?
Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah, that kid's screwed. That kid is
You're
so
like
screwed
20.
up.
You were in like prime pickup time.
Oh, my God.
You sounded like Tommy.
But she's right.
But I mean,
Fresh out of college.
I don't think it would be hard to really screw it up for yourself at 20. You just move on, right?
Did we sound like that at 20?
I'm sure we did.
That was an old sounding 20-year-old.
Well, he's an old school gentleman, Kimmy,
Yeah.
with a
Who
point.
loves talking to people but had nothing to say.
And here I am sitting on the bar stool just waiting to be chatted up. All right, like from 21 to 70, you ladies listening. What do you,
70?
Well, anywhere, I'm just saying, every woman listening.
Yeah.
What do you prefer? Like when you ladies go out, do you want to be left alone and rely on the dating apps entirely now? Or are you hoping that men will approach you and try and strike something up? Because if women now don't even want to be approached when they're out with their friends, there's no way to win anyway. The Stevens of the world, that's why they're batting a .99.
All right.
Right?
So what do you want to hear? So you're saying, do you even want a guy?
Exactly. Maybe
bothering
the
you?
only way to meet the majority of women now is to do it on an app, because if I'm out with my friends and it's Margarita Tuesday,
You're getting
right?
a definite yes or at least a definite no up front without wasting any time on the dating apps.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm guessing most women don't want to be bothered by men because I'm guessing almost 90% of us don't make their cut, right?
Maybe, but for
Yeah,
that,
I'm thinking of like the majority of times where somebody has approached a friend, they're looking at like their other friends like, get me out of this.
but then how did we meet women?
I don't know.
You know what helps? And I've seen this kind of be a little successful. It's like two groups of friends interacting with each other.
Okay.
That's the worst. That is the worst, because there's always an idiot buddy who will ruin it for the rest of the guy.
Well, if you take
he'll
out
say something
but
stupid.
that guy's going to make you look better.
No, he won't, because
Yes,
he'll say
he
something
will.
stupid, and then if he thinks you're doing better, he'll like subtly drop like, yeah, he doesn't even clip his toenails or something like that. Like,
So
he's
you're
an
saying like two groups of friends, like mixed groups of friends getting together,
Well, or like
and you interact
like
that
if you're
way.
out with your girlfriends and there's like a group of guys out and you
Right.
start, conversation between the groups, because then you can kind of be a little bit selective of who you want
But
to
you
talk to.
all of you girls and your gal pals,
Mm-hmm.
you always have that one condescending, chubbly friend that rolls her eyes at everything in the bar, and and then the rest will just circle the wagons around. He's not good enough for you.
Well, maybe you got
but
that
she's
reaction.
sucking on that chicken wing.
No, that's the one you got to try and pick up.
The chubbly?
Yeah, that's
that's your buddy's job.
No.
Your buddy's job is to take the chubbly hit.
Look.
So you can get into whatever you want to get into.
Look, man, all right, this is going to sound terrible.
But
You need a buddy with low standards.
I'm a different man now. Tommy, you said it. It's all about upping your batting average, right? Like if you're looking to just get it,
Yeah.
you're looking to get it, and she wants it, and she's looking to get it too, that's your mark.
Yeah, but chubbly condescending friend doesn't want it. She'll shoot your head down.
Okay, no, see, I'm not going to say it like that. She's the attainable one. She is the attainable one because she has that front. She's got the hard candy shell to hide that delicious chocolate on the inside that she wants you to have.
All right.
I'm saying, like,
All right.
hit on the friend that seems to be
No, so go for the weak one in the group.
No, that's not what
That
I'm
is-
saying.
That's
sounds
exactly
so
what you're
bad.
saying. So it's
That
like
sounded so bad.
No, like when you see like all those animals running into Serengeti, and there's like here comes the mean animal's going to eat them. They always go for that lagging ass animal, right?
Because she's not
All
the
the
weak
llamas
one.
are running to three-legged Chuck with a limp.
He's saying she's the one, the barrier you have to break down.
Yeah.
We got Facebook messages coming in. Again, Kimmy gets hit on last weekend by a guy in his mid-20s when she was out with her friends, and his line to you was, so before, what was it?
So makes small talk and then proceeds to say, so before we get started here, are you single?
Do men now, young men, not know how to pick up women because of the dating apps? John writes us on Facebook. Thank God for all these men helping us out.
Yeah.
I guess he's giving us advice here to pick up women. Don't make things too complicated. It's easy to approach a woman and get her interested. Tell her right away that she's beautiful and you'd like to get to know her more.
Shut up.
That sounded creepy reading it
No.
out loud. Hello?
You're beautiful.
I like how you look to me, pretty girl.
Yeah.
It's not going to sound sincere either.
No.
Because every woman's heard that 1,000 times.
Because you don't want to come in that
Yeah,
hard.
yeah. I think you have to keep it really casual, initially at least.
Yeah.
I don't know. There was a couple of times where, like, just right off, like, just to get a reaction.
Yeah.
I'd walk up to him and be like, if I told you I wanted to marry you right now, would you run away with me? And I always got a giggle out of him.
Okay.
And to kick the
Well, I
conversation
guess
off.
sarcasm. You're not being serious.
I don't know. Depending on the lady.
Okay.
We do have some lady Facebook messages.
What are they saying?
Rachel writes us. This is exactly what we're looking for.
All right.
Here we go. I'm 28 and single. I don't love guys approaching me when I'm out, but of course there are exceptions. I want to use apps because that way I get more information before we go out. Check Instagram and X and Facebook and see what you really look like, where you're from, and what you do. So it kind of goes back to you, Tommy, saying we can't lie anymore.
Okay.
She knows that we're lying, and that's just it. We killed it for this generation because we lied so much to women in bars that they don't even want to hear any man
They
talking.
want the no right up front. They want to be able to say no right up front.
What if you walked up, stood next to a woman that's there having a drink, and act like you don't care? like at all. Like you're just there to have a drink.
Then you're just a guy at the bar getting a drink.
Right, but you're not overly interested in anything. Like
Okay.
you play it cool.
All right.
Like you play it confident, you play it cool, but you're not really there to hook up.
Okay.
Because if you show you're there to hook up, you're gonna get shot down.
I get the logic behind that, but here's the problem.
What?
That will work for really, really handsome.
Yeah, that's it. You have to be so handsome
All right.
and stand out for her to approach you.
Okay, so then you're forcing me into this other corner where I'm gonna overcorrect and say something stupid because I don't have a lot of wiggle room here.
Well, no, you could just not talk to her, which is what it sounds like she prefers.
No, but you want to get some play out of this, right?
Well, you do.
Well, yeah, that's why you're there.
She may not.
Right. So how do I break that barrier?
I guess there is no answer.
Nobody's getting laid.
People are getting laid.
How?
It must be the apps. Thank God.
All right.
I don't know
I
if
don't know why. I don't know why it's a bad thing to embrace meeting people
Because
in
we're
that
losing
way.
our social ability.
Yeah, but we're finding out most women didn't want to meet you like that anyway.
Well, why the hell you out? You're all sexed up.
You didn't have to say like that. You could have just said meet you.
No, you're
period.
all jazzed up with
Yeah,
your
'cause
ass
we're
hanging
hanging out
out
with
at the
our
bar.
girlfriends.
For what? The bar stools?
Ourselves?
all jazzed out with your ass hanging out at the bar.
When did Mike Millet show up?
He got action. Look, man.
Yeah, your whore mother.
I watched that old man convince women that he owned a TV station in Florida and he was looking for
Again,
weather
he
girls.
lied.
But it worked. He had girls standing up and auditioning
Until
for
they
him.
realized they weren't going anywhere.
But he got him to stand up.
It's Friday. I know you don't think it gets any worse than what just happened.
Yeah, I think we had a running start at the Creep Cap.
We did. We got a creep cap, all the disgusting things Tommy said all week long. And yesterday, the finalists for all the NFL awards were announced, getting ready for the conference championship games this weekend. And there are 2 Buffalo Bills that are in the running for an award.
Is these an award that who cares?
Oh, no, these are the big ones.
Oh.
So here's the thing. One of these players has no shot at winning this award.
Okay.
Yeah.
The other one seems like a lock for winning this
You
award.
would think.
Which sucks because, look, if it's a true football award, as
Yeah.
much as
There are going to be other people that fall that probably should get it.
There's
that
one
vote.
specifically, Kimmy. In fact, you can make an argument for 3 or 4, and
All
he
right.
doesn't even really need it based on what he went through. We'll get into it next in the break room on CMF. NFL Conference Championships this weekend. Those are the things that people really care about.
Yeah.
But the NFL awards, their nominations were announced yesterday, and 2 Bills are up for major awards.
Okay.
One who has no chance of winning, and the other who it seems is a lock.
Oh,
But it may not be fair to everybody else.
the lock.
Well, yeah, because if it's a football award, I mean, in reality, this guy did not have the season these other guys had. And here's the thing. This guy has been through so much and done so much good. You have to wonder if, 1, he even cares, and 2, if he even needs it.
Yeah.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. We'll get to that in a second, but it is Friday. You just run your disgusting mouth.
I get that award every week.
Creep of the year?
Yeah, you got it.
Every week,
Every
creep
week,
of the year.
every year.
All the disgusting things Tommy said all week long. It's Creep Cap happens now on CMF.
Yeah. Oh man. All right. God. All right. How hard? Okay. All right. I love it.
I
It's
think
delicious. It is succulent. I love all 4 of your lips.
That is
And I wasn't talking about your mouth.
Stop it now.
That's what she said.
Cucumbers suck so hard, and everyone's
Boy,
trying
you're
to
eating them wrong.
yourself.
Because you're walking and your balls are wagging.
You're lying to yourself.
Walking and a wagging.
Wagging and a walking.
There ain't no cheese in China. What?
But there's cheese on them balls.
Oh, ask your mom.
I will punch you in your stupid $400 shoe.
Why do you
face.
bring up my balls?
I don't know, man.
You brought him up.
Well, yeah, but he jumped on them.
I jumped on your balls.
You totally jumped on my cheesy balls.
Don't ask. You're not going to like the answer.
Shut up, Kimmy.
I'd suck a hobo's thumb because I was low on salt. Well, you went cinnamon bun lip balm.
Yeah.
I guarantee you it exists somewhere.
It does. Why didn't you tell me?
Wait. You got to be kidding me.
Yeah, I just opened up a little kiosk.
What's it called?
It's in the men's room.
Oh, I'm
You
sorry.
got to ask me
Where is it?
I had to direct you to the men's room.
What's it called?
It's called Uncle Tommy's Old Fashioned Sticky Bun Lip Balm Sauce. I'll stick your lips up real good.
Donut.
Who's
Yeah,
going
why
to
not?
want to eat Tommy's finger?
Your mom. But smaller breasts hold up better as you age.
Okay.
And
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
them big meaty
How
ones.
have you managed to say the
Those
wrong
are going to
thing?
hold up.
No, if you got big meaty jugs, they're going to age bad. Where if you got perky nerpies, they're going to hold up.
Perky nerpies?
Why didn't you? I didn't realize you were such a chocoholic.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I talk about it
yeah.
all the time. Why? What do you got something?
I just got into the chocolate game myself.
No kidding.
Yeah. I set up a little kiosk in a men's room.
Wait, what's it called?
It's called Uncle Tommy's Happy Easter Chocolate Town in Your Mouth Sauce.
So you're the reason the toilet's clogged.
Oh, I'm going to give him an office jammer. It's so good to be a creep.
There it is, Creep Cap on CMF. So 2 Buffalo Bills were announced as finalists for NFL awards yesterday.
Ooh, what we got?
The NFL award show happens at the end of the season after the Super
Is that
Bowl.
the ESPYs thing?
Nope, that's the ESPN Awards.
yeah.
This is the NFL
This is
Awards.
just for football.
Yeah. So Josh Allen was named as the finalist for the MVP.
All right.
It's the 3rd time it's happened. He's
One
not
of
going to win.
5, I believe.
What's that?
Is he one of 5?
Yeah, he's one of 5,
finals?
yes.
Yeah.
So who do you think is alive?
Lamar Jackson's going to win the MVP.
Okay.
He's a lock for it. But the finalists included Josh Lamar, 49ers running back Christian McCaffrey, Dak Prescott out in Dallas, 49ers quarterback Brock Purdy. Those are the people that are in it. But it's Lamar's award. It's over. The Bill that it seems is a lock to win the award he was nominated for.
Yeah.
Buffalo Bills defensive back DeMar Hamlin was nominated for Comeback Player of the Year. Because when you die and you come back,
It's the lowest point you could be.
yeah, I mean, you don't get
Right.
lower than he's dead, right?
Yeah.
So,
Well, it's such a unique situation, unfortunately.
no, yeah, but I mean, look, you want to
But
talk
to your
about
point, that's not really what this award says.
Well, but you did come back and get back on a football field, which is amazing.
All right, so let's talk about this. Look, of course, like you said, of course the guy's nominated. He died, and you're right. It's not an ideal situation, but you want to talk about making lemonades out of lemons.
Oh, yeah,
man,
Right,
like
right.
lemonades. And look, the guy's done amazing work.
Sure.
Right? So
Big community guy.
if they're looking at this award as on the whole as a human being, DeMar Hamlin deserves the comeback player of the year. But the other folks he's up against, Bucks quarterback Baker Mayfield, he had a hell of a year from being cut loose from 3 teams last year to winning a division and a playoff game with the Bucks. Rams quarterback Matthew Stafford, he came back from injury, got the Rams to the playoffs. Dolphins quarterback Tua Tagovailoa, same thing on a lesser scale. And then Browns quarterback Joe Flacco, who personally I think is the most impressive.
That's
yeah.
the guy.
Yeah, that's
Right?
a wild story.
Yeah.
Comes off his couch. He was the 4th quarterback that the Browns started, and he somehow gets
Saved
them to the
their season.
playoffs. Yeah. I mean, they lost in the opening round, which
But
kind of
still.
spoiled the
And,
story.
yeah, and
But they could
he
have
didn't
tanked.
Have a great game there.
All right, the phone number is 252-WCMF. Should DeMar win the comeback player of the year?
You have to give it to him.
Okay. If it's a football award,
Yeah.
he shouldn't win.
Yeah.
But you came back to play football from the ultimate injury.
You did, and that is unbelievable.
Yeah.
But if we're talking about what you do on the field, which normally is what the Comeback Player of the Year award is, Damar Hamlin dressed for 5 games this season. He was a healthy scratch for 12 of them, 5 games plus a playoff game. He had 2 tackles, I believe, the entire season.
Yeah.
That was his stat line, and that fake punt that they ran, but that wasn't his fault. That was just a terrible idea.
Yeah.
So from a football standpoint,
2 tackles.
2 tackles all season, done.
So you weren't a vital part of the Buffalo Bills.
No, but
which I think when you say MVP,
no,
that's
this is Comeback Player of the Year.
All right, comeback player. It would be like you impacted the team some way.
Now, in the
and he didn't on the field.
In the defense of DeMar, it may not entirely be his fault.
I understand.
I believe the Bills thought that there was no way he was going to be ready for this year after what happened, which is completely understandable.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
He was dead. He was in a coma. He was in a hospital room. He could hardly walk.
Just your body getting back.
And he shocked everybody by not only being ready for training camp, but being ready for opening day. And in the meantime, the Bills, because it is a business, went out and signed a whole bunch of safeties in the offseason, and DeMar was still there.
Okay.
So had they not made the moves anticipating DeMar was going to be there, he would have dressed every single game. He would have played on special teams. He would have got some time with the defense. So that's not entirely his fault. But from a football standpoint, when you look at what Joe Flacco did this year,
Yeah.
I mean, Joe Flacco won a Super Bowl, so he probably doesn't care.
Right.
Yeah.
But if it is something you want to put on your mantle,
Maybe make coming back worth it a little bit, right?
you can't say it out loud.
Yeah.
But I think Joe Flacco would be well within his rights to be at least a little upset.
Or just disappointed.
Is that fair?
Yeah. Because what's he saying? What, I got to drop dead around here to get any credit?
I don't know. You want to risk that?
Timing of you being nominated, not ideal.
Are there better choices on the Bills that would fit the criteria of that award?
You could,
Comeback player.
Micah Hyde. I mean, he had a neck injury, came back and played the entire
And
season.
he was an impact player.
Yeah, he was an impact player.
Okay.
I mean, I would go with Micah Hyde.
Yeah.
That's your guy.
All right.
Not Von Miller.
Yeah. No.
That would have been the only other option.
Right, yeah.
Right, who missed
And
a
that
bunch of
didn't
stuff.
happen.
And here's the thing too. I only say this out loud because you got to wonder if this is something that DeMar would even be bothered by if he didn't win it. Because
he was at. Was it the ESPYs that they or was it the NFL Honors last year where they brought out the whole Bills staff?
I don't think it was the NFL Honors because that was only a couple weeks. Maybe it was the NFL Honors.
I think it was the
You're
NFL
right.
Honors.
You might
so
be right.
yeah, they did a whole presentation and stuff.
Here's the thing. Like, his career is probably going to fizzle soon. Right?
And that's just because the average NFL career only lasts 3.5 years.
But you will have an amazing story right now for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
Like, you're a movie.
Yep.
You're a 30-30 documentary. You will always be sought after. You'll be that guy.
Well, people will always have that memory of that game.
You stopped football.
Yeah.
9/11 didn't stop football.
They did. They didn't play.
They didn't?
No.
Yeah.
They played after Kennedy got shot, and because of that, they regretted it, so they didn't play.
Oh,
after
I thought
9/11.
we played.
No, they didn't play.
Oh, all right. So you and 9/11. Well, you didn't have to correct me.
You didn't have to say it.
I was just thinking when,
I did have to correct you because you said something wrong. A big wrong thing.
I'm just thinking, like, you got your award already.
And that's just it, right?
Like, you made an impact.
Like, and when you talk about the impact, like, first of all, Damar Hamlin, we forget, was the most popular person on the planet this time last year. He was a household name in every country in the world. When his football career is done, to your point, he is going to spend the rest of his life doing motivational speaking and continuing his philanthropy. He's raised tens of millions of dollars for a charity that is legitimately impacting people. We've already seen stories of, like, high school kids whose lives were saved when they went through the same thing that DeMar went through. Yeah, because of the CPR and those AED machines.
So he got his award. Get out of here.
Like, if he won this award, it wouldn't even be in the top 10 thing he's done in the last 12 months, right?
Has he met the president?
I don't know. Come on, Google it. He probably met the president. He must have met the president.
You would think. But why?
Well, because he died.
No, because, like, the team didn't go there.
Yes.
He did.
They met last March.
Last March, okay.
Yeah. I don't know what it was for, but
it's you tie yourself onto the story and all the charity that he's doing.
Okay.
It makes sense,
all
right?
All right, so you met a president.
Yeah.
Been on TV.
Well, I mean, he was always on TV. He played for the Bills before he
No,
died.
but I'm like, now you're on TV all the time. You do commercials.
He's doing commercials, yeah.
You have dinner with him. Yeah, he's done.
I do say I love the way that Damar Hamlin has handled this the entire way through. Because first of all, he has been such, how do I put this? The mouthpiece that he is for the experience he went through. I don't know how many people could have that experience and speak the way he has.
Oh, yeah.
And not only that, but keep the attitude he's had
He's
throughout.
positive.
Yes, not only positive, but able to, I can't even speak
Poised.
clearly in the way, poised in the description of what he felt. Talking about the emotions of everything was phenomenal.
Yeah.
Right?
And it doesn't feel like an obligation. It feels like something that he genuinely wants to be a part of.
Yes,
You know
like
what
he
I
wants to
mean?
make a difference. And on top of that, he's also getting paid, which he deserves.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, he wasn't one of these guys that was like, I'm going to do this all just for the philanthropy of it. Like, he's doing the commercials. Go get your money, man.
Yeah, he's set for life.
Exactly. So, in that way,
Congratulations
well, he's going
on
to
your tragedy.
he's going to win. Look, man, you can only make the best of a bad situation.
And he did.
Yes, he did. And he's going to win this award. But if he didn't, I'm totally okay with it.
But I guess to Kimmy's point, you got to give it to him, man, because you don't want to look like a huge dick.
Yeah. It would be funny. Well, not funny. It would be weird if they did pick another
No,
story.
it would be funny. It would be very funny if they pick somebody
Like,
else.
what's a guy got to do?
Like, yeah.
So when they give these awards, is it on a TV show?
Yeah, there's
Like-
it's called the NFL Awards Show. They started doing
think
it.
it's
So
the week
like,
of the
do they
Super
bring?
Bowl.
So they bring all the nominees up. Right?
Yep.
What would be funny is if somebody else got it. You know, they always pan to the other guys, and he's pissed.
Giving the thumbs down. Boo.
But just like you know, sometimes you just can't hide your emotions.
Sure.
You just tell he's visibly pissed that he didn't get the award.
Yeah, absolutely.
That would be funny.
Yeah, he does have the opportunity to do the funniest thing ever. Like, if that does happen and he loses and he just acts upset.
Even if he did it as a joke for
That's
a
what I'm
minute, it'd be
saying.
hysterical.
I'm howling with laughter.
Yes.
Hey, look, man, you already died. Just,
Yeah.
do it.
I think if he does that, he gets Saturday Night Live.
We come back, we wrap it up. We tell you what we're doing Monday here in the break room on CMF. That's going to be Rapperoo.
Radio Friday Rapperoo.
For Friday Break Room CMF. All right, this weekend, if you're looking to watch the AFC Championship game.
Playoffs.
I didn't say playoffs.
Playoffs.
I'm going to be hanging out at the Bill Gray's Tap Room in Chi-Li.
Ooh, Pat the party machine rolling in the Chi-Li.
I told you this is my hometown Bill Gray's. This is where I would hang out when I was a kid. And it is one of my, if not the favorite place to watch a game on Sunday.
Okay.
It is so much fun.
It is.
The staff is awesome. The folks out there, Salt of the Earth West Siders.
Oh, yeah.
So we'll see you Sunday, 3 o'clock, me and the WCMF crew out at the Bill Gray's Tap Room in Chi-Li. 3 heads on tap, cheeseburgers, dogs. They got an ice cream machine. That's right. So drink a bunch of beer and eat some ice cream. And we'll see you Sunday, 3 o'clock for the AFC Championship game. Bill Gray's Tap Room in Chi-Li with your friends from CMF. All right, we got to get out of the way.
Okay.
For Kimmy,
Yep.
who had to turn down a poor gentleman just wanting to talk to you for a little romantic connection.
Just letting them know. I'm not single before we start here.
For Tommy Muley, who gets upset when you correct him about one of the worst tragedies in American history.
I just forgot.
You didn't have to correct me.
Well, it's so long ago.
Never forget.
I have not forgotten. I'm the one that brought it up, so I didn't forget it.
He's
Just forgot parts
right
of
now.
it.
My name's Pat Tubby. We'll see you Monday morning in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.